Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to sunny Rowrah here on the west coast. In the north, we are at Cumbria Kart Racing Club for round 3 of the Tripz UK British Supermoto Championship. It's the second day of events here. We had a fantastic day yesterday. Joining me, as always, is Danielle Koenig, fresh from her exports yesterday. We've seen some fantastic racing, some good qualifying this morning. Track is in perfect condition, as you can see from the shots there. And we've got the camera down the far end of the circuit. This end of the circuit is where I think all the action happens. And it's great that we've got a camera down there, because from our normal comms position, we can't see that. But it's been a fantastic weekend so far. Danielle, how's it been going for you?
It's been really good. I think we've been really, really lucky with the weather so far. A little bit overcast yesterday morning, but brightened up again. And same again for today. Lovely sunshine. The track here, you can't really do many changes to it. So I think it's the same track layout that we had yesterday. That corner you can see there at the far end of the track, there's a lot of overtaking going on down there. So I think that'll be a great shot for the rest of the day.
So on track at the moment then, we've just got what we call our Bambino class out there. They're just the very, very novice of novice riders that just get a little bit of track time prior to proceedings. And then we will be underway with our first races proper, which I believe will be our C group is the first race out. Like I say, track conditions then absolutely perfect. And everything that you could want in a race weekend already lined up for us. We've got great camera positions here. And hopefully we'll have some good racing. We've got some new features for you this weekend. And one of those is our onboard lap. So we'll wait for that, and hopefully that will pop up and we'll have a look at it. And here we go then. So this is onboard. This is into the off-road section. Left, right. There's a little kicker here, Danielle, which catches everybody out. Round the berm, up over the table, land, back out onto the start circuit through a nice chicane. And then this is the first part down, going down into the first turn.
Really tight hairpin here. Quite easy to overshoot and outbrake yourself. So you've got a hairpin, then another one of these straights, and straight into another hairpin right. On the gas here, hard, accelerate. This is the longest straight on this track. And then into this left-hander, which there was a lot of overtaking yesterday.
So this is a triple apex corner, really difficult. Come down the hill here. And this is where we expect to see the passes into this right hand and then left hand combination here. It's the only chance that you can really have to make a bit of a Hail Mary move. And then into the final pit corner, right hander, then it opens up, change up, and then obviously you come through over to the left and then sweep in to get through into the off-road. So that's a lap of this Cumbria Kart Racing Club circuit. Now, you were out there yesterday, and like you say, track conditions good. It was good to see that you were getting up that step. It doesn't actually do it justice on the off-road, on the onboard camera, and really from the camera that we've got up there. But it's probably about 15 or 20 feet that you really want to be jumping to get properly over it, and it's about 6 foot of elevation. So anybody who had made an attempt at that yesterday, and you were getting over that pretty good, props to them.
Yeah, it was great to see a lot of them actually even attempting it as well. So once you've got the hang of it, I think you can definitely make a lot of time up there instead of rolling or sort of making a little bit of a shambles of it and bouncing over it. But once you've got it smooth, it makes it a lot easier, I think. I think another thing worth noting is that finish flag, all the riders have to make the corner into the dirt. That has been mentioned. So all riders have to make that final corner into the dirt after the finish flag.
Yes, so we did see back in the day, guys would come across the line, do a flying lap. And, of course, if they went straight on, they're going to actually have the other run of the track going across them at 90 degrees. And so where we've got the dirt section here at Rowrah, not able to put it anywhere else, really. So Supermoto Academy Race 1 then is in the holding area. And we will be getting those on grid fairly soon. And right on cue, there they are. So riders then, got a few guys on 65, the 40 of Archie Ormrod then just going across the across shot. So do you get much chance to watch these on a race day for you on a Saturday, or are you pretty much just involved in your own thing?
I always do try to have a watch of them. So a few of these riders have actually progressed from the Bambinos as well, which is great to see how they're improving. So yeah, I always have a good watch. I didn't get much chance to watch the dirt section yesterday because it's a little bit of a walk around for me. But watching them all from that that last corner, you can see them all progressing. They all like proper little racers.
So I know that in this academy class, they are actually, I think we've got one group that are going to run the off-road and one that aren't. So we'll see what these boys are going to do. Charlie Cunningham there, number 34, he's on a 65. And the rest of the guys and girls are just lining themselves up. We do have some good young lady riders in there. We saw some really good battles yesterday. So the academy qualifying then, Tyler Humphreys fastest from the number 117 of Reese Lennox. Be interesting to see what bike Lennox comes out on yesterday, because he did have a bit of a try on a 150. We'll say 450. That'd have been entertaining. But 191 on the bike then comes to pole position. That is the KTM of Tyler Humphreys. Second position on the Yamaha, the 117 of Reese Lennox.
He had a great weekend at Teesside last round. Third position, we should have Ollie Sims pulling up. He has off-road experience on his KX, on that Kawasaki. And fourth, we have the 78 of Joshua Williams. Then fifth, the number 8 of Blake Wilson. So again, on screen, it's showing these grid positions for these academy riders.
Yeah, that's just not tripping through as we were hoping. So we'll have another go at that at some point. So yeah, so we got some good quality. Blake Wilson then qualified 5th, Daniel Goodman 6th, Cody Miskelly in 7th. And we're missing a rider from 3rd place on the grid. So interesting to see. In fact, that is Ollie Sims. So Sims then will be just coming to the grid. So Supermoto Academy then brought to you by FF Solutions Design and Build. That is company our pole sitter Jay Smith down there in that there London, his building company. And again, it's good to see all of the teams and sponsors and everything putting money into this academy. You'll see lots of these guys and girls that are kind of embraced into the teams there in the paddock to give them kind of a natural stepping stone and the chance to be able to talk to people on a race day rather than just being tucked out on their own. And so good to see that as the riders then come round the last few corners. That's like Lily Rhodes there, and brother Max then also riding. As you can see, this circuit, you kind of get a little bit you forget where you are, but we are in what was a quarry, now a disused quarry here, which is halfway between Cockermouth and Egremont up here in beautiful Cumbria. We had fantastic weather yesterday, and it's as picturesque a place to come and race a motorcycle as you could ever wish for. So I'm not sure whether Sims is going to be able to take his place on the grid. We'll just wait and see. So here he does come, the 73 of Ollie Sims on that Kawasaki. He had a good day yesterday. So Andy, right, our starter for the day, just getting everybody in. So he will make sure that he gets the green flag from the back of the grid. Red flag will go up, he will point at the lights, and the first race of the weekend will be underway. Away they go, great jump from pole position from Humphreys then. For the first lap then they come across this hill. There's quite a change in elevation, you'll see better on this camera shot. They come down into the first turn. Oh, it looks like Sims has run off into the gravel. So race leader then, these top corners then, Danielle, really, really tight and tricky.
Yeah, really hard braking into these, so it'll be a lot of good experience for these riders, learning to use both their front and back brakes to be able to stop that little bit later. So
this is at the far end then, as the tail end of the field comes through. But race leaders then already down the hill, round the corner and into the final turn. So there's our race leader then over that little bit of a jump. Is he going to send it up here? He does indeed. So that's a big move then from our race leader, Tyler Humphreys. He makes his way out onto the back straight. He's got about a 2-second lead already from the 117 of Reese Lennox. Comes round, knee down into the corner. Lennox there in the background. Third place looks like it was the 71 of Daniel Goodman.
Looked like only a few riders actually clearing that step up on the first lap. After chatting to a few before this race, I know a few were saying they've got it, they're happy to do it. Few with some questionable style over it, but they're really making that jump to do it, so we'll keep an eye on that.
So we're just putting it into a bit of perspective. Back in the day when we first put this off-road section in, I seem to remember that only half of the A group jumped it in the first practice session. So now we've got these youngsters, our academy class, doing things that people in the top level race weren't doing like 15 years ago when this section got in. So he takes the wide line this time, gets a bit of run and just nice pops up onto the top. Like I say, it looks absolutely nothing on the camera, but when you're coming round out of that bank turn, it certainly takes a little bit of courage. Here's the battle then for second and third. So that is the 117 of Rhys Lennox on the Yamaha. He's been chased down by the 71 of Daniel Goodman. So Goodman on the KTM. Race leader then in the distance.
Tyler Humphries had a 3.5 second lead on that second lap, so also with the fastest lap of a 1:01.
So he's definitely motoring out. So these guys are doing the same circuit for the first time this weekend as the bigger riders. So this will be a direct comparison. I will say that this type of bike absolutely bang on for this circuit. You'll notice that a little dashboard on the front of that 191 KTM. Or a little bit of a kick there, but perfectly in control. And that little dip as you come back out onto the circuit proper can always catch somebody. Can catch you out. Just load the suspension up. Oh, and it looks like he's had a problem. I saw the hand go up, and it looks like that KTM has nipped up. So our race leader then, we just saw the hand go up very, very briefly, and he wouldn't be pulling tear-offs on a day like this. So our race leader then, out of this one, Tyler Humphries, the 191. He's stopped down the far end of the circuit, and this is your new race leader then, 117, Rhys Lennox on the 85cc Yamaha. He's got Goodman for company, and Goodman was good yesterday. I don't think these guys raced in the same class yesterday, and it was difficult to know what speed they were going to be relative to each other, but it looks like Goodman is about 1.5 seconds back from Lennox as he makes his way into the off-road for what should be the fourth time.
It's also worth mentioning that these top 5 are also doing lap times that would have put them well into the C's yesterday. So same circuit as our adult C riders. These lap times would have put them, especially these 101s and 106 to a 106, would have put them happily in the adult C races.
So we just see in the background then our early race leader Humphries then is parked up at the side of the track, and that's a bit of a bitter blow for him because he did all the hard work in qualification and did everything that he needed to do. That was our lap chart updates then to show Lennox as the leader. It'll just take a while for the other riders to come through. We don't have sector times, so it does take till the end of the lap for our sidebar to update. So third place then now, the number 8 of Blake Wilson. But Lennox it is that leads. He comes across the line again. The racing line here, very, very narrow. Lennox goes to the outside. Again, this bank very steep. And then he just pops over. And again, it's just making sure you don't unsettle the bike too much into that chicane. I think we only saw one incident in that chicane yesterday, and that was down to a machine failure. But always a place, especially on the first couple of laps, where things can get entertaining. But Goodman then, he's not out of this one yet. He's there in the background.
He has brought that gap down to 1.1 seconds, so he is making time up. Their lap times are very, very close, both doing 102s that last lap, so not much in it, but all it would take was a small mistake.
So Lennox then, he's going to find his way into traffic first, and obviously because this is such a short track and also very narrow, he's going to be the first rider. We've got marshals out there giving blue flags. We've got blue flag down on the start finish. One of the things I've commented on before as well is that these guys at the front, taking their time, not rushing the job. But you can see that all of a sudden the 71 is very much in shot. He's pulled the pin to get up that step up, though, even in traffic. So how's that going to... looks like Lily Rhodes then that just gone a lap down. She had a good ride yesterday. So as our second place guy, as he got through the traffic, he did get held up. So Goodman was right on the back of Lennox as they were in the off-road, but you can see that that gap has gone back out. Goodman not even in shot yet, and he's still got Rhodes to manage to pass before he can get back onto the back of Lennox. So that little bit of bravery up the tabletop then for our race leader has opened him a significant gap at the front. Runs out onto the curbs then.
Using all the track there, much like the A group riders. I've seen them taking that line as well. Again, into this dirt section, he goes for the outside line. A little bit of dirt there as you enter it, bit dusty, sometimes spin up on that, but not a problem. Popped it straight over and then into the chicane. Only 2 laps to go, so he's managed to open up that gap to 2.899 seconds. So a little bit of breathing room for Lennox.
Yeah, he's definitely got the hammer down now. Wilson then still third. Who's that there in fourth? So that's Josh Williams. So he had a good day yesterday. But race leader then, Reese Lennox, still away at the front. Goodman then 3 seconds adrift, not able to close up as they come to put a lap on Archie Ormrod. He looks like he's got a handguard at a jaunty angle there.
Yeah, I saw Archie look like his bike stalled possibly on the opening laps of this race, so he's been trying to pick his way back through, but he's still down in 17th position.
And he had a couple of good races yesterday, but our race leader then just picking his way through. That's the number 5. That's Archie Reynolds. He's the son of Paul Reynolds, our Automotive Solutions team manager and boss. Nice to see his youngster out there as well. Oh, contact there. Lennox was looking. All of a sudden, he wasn't committed enough down the inside, and before you know it, Goodman is back on him. It's like the 125 of Isabel Wingate just pulling off there, but all of a sudden, with a couple of laps to go, Goodman is right there in shot. There he is.
I think that's always what's hardest about being in the lead, coming up on lap traffic. A lot of the time, they either don't know you're there or don't know if you're a lapper or trying to take the position. So
last lap then. So Lennox then. There's Goodman right with him.
So our lap timer on the screen is showing 2 laps, but our scoring is showing 1 lap. So Goodman there, nothing in it now, half a second as they come round that bottom corner.
This is it then. Is Goodman going to have anything for him on this final circuit? He's going to swing wide. Here we go. Goodman's going to make a move down the inside. They're going to run to the line. But there's not enough room. So right at the end then, Lennox holds on from Goodman.
Goodman managing to take the fastest lap as well with a 1:01.
That was a cracking race at the end. That little bit of contact with Lennox then just at the far end of the circuit. And all of a sudden Goodman was able to close the gap. But definitely looking forward to seeing the next one of those, because those 2 guys at the front properly went for it at the end.
Just watching this final corner here, it looks like Charlie Cunningham out trying to make a move up the inside. Oh, he's done it. Here he put his hand up.
So there is race winner. Reese Lennox Goodman second, and Blake Wilson in third.
Good to see these lads all showing a bit of camaraderie as well at the end, having a little bit of a chit-chat.
No, we need them to get themselves back to the podium so we can sort that out. Yeah.
In the holding area now, we've got the C race. So you can see there the 714 of Andrew Goodsell, who's been having a few bike issues since Teesside. I think that might be down to a wrong fuel. Next to him, it looks like the 101 of Neil Mellon. I had some good battles with Neil yesterday, sort of just pipping him on the brakes a few times, which was great fun as well. The 351 of Rick Owen, another bit more of good racing with him. Duncan Wright on a new bike. He's on the 111. Was previously on Michael Craig's bike for the first 2 rounds. Michael Craig's now back.
Yes, I had a bit on good authority that he watched our live stream in somewhere nice and sunny and decided that he needed to be out here again himself. So good to see Michael Craig out there. So we'll wait for the C Group riders to come to the line. But like I say, Andy Goodsell then back on his own machine for the first time in a couple of weeks. Been struggling with issues with that, and he had a good day yesterday and then decent qualifying today, so he's off pole in this C Group race, and we will wait for them to come to the line. So we can see the riders then sat in the holding area. That new building, our Supermoto C, then brought to you by Technative, our TV partners here for this British Supermoto Championship. Just waiting for the all clear from timing, and we will. We've got a marshal out there on track, just sorting a few bits out. So that's what that is.
You said you raced here before, Phil. What did you think of the track back then? I think it's been resurfaced since.
I really enjoyed coming here and riding. We came here and raced here a lot in the wet, for obvious reasons, because it's the north and it always
Cumbria.
rains.
Yeah.
No, we've had some proper good days here in the dry, but in the wet, definitely lots of grip to be had if you knew where you were looking for it. But we were not always blessed with the joys of wet weather, which I seem to have my best performances in. But
last year it was torrential rain, so a lot of the riders last year had to sort of work around that. I know on the Saturday morning last year it was glorious sunshine, and then just before race 2 the the clouds opened and torrential rain. But it's interesting to see from last year who sort of won and who sort of didn't, knowing the conditions were totally different. A lot of the time people say rain levels the playing field. So
I think there's a little bit of that here, but what you do tend to find is that I think the separation in the wet is actually bigger than it is in the dry here, because the guys who can ride this place in the wet, who know where the grip is and are able to kind of just make that like on a leap of faith and try and get the tyres warm, which is very, very difficult up here, they can always get themselves in a position where they can make decent passes. And but we're not going to have to worry about any of that today. It's a beautiful, beautiful morning, afternoon as it is now, and we've got some great racing.
Just looking through this C grid, one of the shock names I'd sort of say would be the number 82 of James Wood. Now, watching qualifying, it looked like he may have had bike problems. Not sure what they were, but I did see him out on his teammate Jess Mitchell's 350.
He did indeed have bike problems. The rear wheel bearing collapsed on that on his own bike, and he had to jump on Jess's for qualifying, and then promptly fell off on cold tyres. So not the best for Woody. So he's not even. I don't even think he's close to the front of the grid. But we'll see if he can pull his way through.
No, he's currently sat in 13th for this race, so we'll see if he gets a good start and can pick his way through. Last year, he actually finished third in the Clubman here, so
right, okay.
In those wet conditions, he definitely showed pace. Just some bad luck this morning.
So this is the far end of the circuit, and this little kink leading into this corner that we're looking at, Danielle. It's never really obvious what's going on as you're going into there. As we go to a wide shot of our guys in the holding area, like I say, we're just waiting for the nod to get everything sorted out on track. Like I say, I can't actually see what is the hold up. So, in fact, that's it. We are ready now to get underway.
It looks like Woody's there back on his own bike, so they must have got that rear wheel.
They swapped out the rear wheel, because obviously the wheel that was in there had a slick on it. His other wheel had a wet on, and they just didn't have time to change the tyre. And of course, everybody else in the team also out in the same session, so they didn't have a spare slick on a wheel, and as a result, they ended up having to just send him out on Jesse's bike.
Stephen Gallimore there sat in 7th. I had a chat with him. We thought he was possibly a retirement from Teesside in that race that caused the yellow flag that caused a little bit of confusion.
Yes, I remember that one.
Chatting to him this morning, apparently it wasn't a big mechanical, it was a loss of fuel.
Ah, right, so he had an air fuel issue, as in there was loads of air and no fuel. So everybody blasts away then from the start line on the warm-up lap. So this first left-hand hairpin then, everybody really, really wants to get in there, not have any issues. I've got cleared up in this one many years ago. Somebody came down the grass on the inside and absolutely wiped me out. Again, just a case of running out of room and a little bit of talent. But there's once that starts to happen in these tight corners, there's not really anywhere for people to go.
So on screen there, that looks like the grid for the academy. So we'll see if that just gets cleared up. On pole, we do have the 714 of Andrew Goodsill. Second, 117 of Dave Spafford. Third, the 351 of Rick Owen. And in fourth, the 421 of Clint Davies on his TM machine. They're all just now getting ready to assemble on the grid. So we've got Andy Wright, the starter, and my dad, Andy Koenig, also there. You can see they're all there preparing their hole shots. Just basically to keep the front end down, going into that first corner, helps prevent wheeling, which supermoto bikes are renowned for doing. That is, of course, unless I'm sat on the bike. So quite a full grid here. We've got 23 riders on track.
So Andy Goodsill then sits there on pole. Not sure whether he's done that before, but he knows what he's doing. He's no mug to this game. We'll see if he can get himself off the line. We wait for Andy then to put the red flag up. They will look up to the lights, and so here we go then. See final race one. Spafford there second, Clint Davis there in third. Away they go, and it looks like Goodsall's got the drop. They go into turn one. It doesn't look like they're going very fast, but they're all hard on the brakes into there. So Goodsall leads then. The 117 of Dave Spafford second. Oh, we've got somebody making a big punt up the inside. That's not quite sure who that was in third.
That looked like possibly the 351 of Rico in there.
It could well have been. Now down the far end of the circuit then, round this triple apex right-hander, which will bring them back down to the bottom. So still Goodsall that leads from Spafford. So the rest of the field stream through. Got a couple of mini bikes out there in this one as well.
It's worth noting, I think about half the field will be clearing the step up. The lower half do sometimes struggle.
Yeah. So Duncan Wright, it was the rider there in third position. So here they go. Oh, Spafford then nearly makes contact with the back of Goodsall. Duncan Wright there in third on the 111. Goodsall takes a little bit of curb. Oh, Goodsall's run wide. Spafford's going to have the run on him down here. He moves across and covers the line. I think Spafford had a race win yesterday. Certainly won the Evo class, because that's a 450 Honda that he's on, which is not in the flush of youth to qualify for our Evo class. So again, this is the one where all the top lads make the time, and getting this absolutely bang on. You've got a direction change at the top of the hill. Goodsall just runs a bit wide. Obviously Andy's your teammate, so you know as much about him as anybody.
Yeah, I feel like with this being sitting on pole for a C race, he'll have been hoping to check out, especially with a good start, but Dave Spafford's not sort of letting that happen.
And of course, having had a decent day yesterday, as you see Duncan Wright go around the wide line and try and make a pass. And we've got another couple of riders looking like they're coming into the race, say Rick Owen and Neil Meelan. So it's a 5-rider battle at the front. These guys away. A Goodsall covering the inside line. Spafford trying to get out the corner, but that bike of Andy Goodsall then got a decent turn of speed. It's a well-prepared machine. It's fair to say that the Honda that's there in second position with the 117, the Dave Spafford on board, no match.
Looks like Duncan Wright was sort of looking to the inside there for Dave Spafford. That's a new bike to Duncan as well, so I think he spent yesterday sort of trying to get a little bit of set up on it. Definitely going better today, I'd say. Yeah,
and obviously the return of Michael Craig means that his ride evaporated and he had to put his hand in his pocket. But good to see Michael back in the paddock. He's been around a long while, and nice to see him making the trip down here. Not that far to Rowrah from north of the border. But Goodsall then weaves his way through the off-road. Like I say, it's hard to comprehend just how far that jump is. It looks nothing, it only looks a couple of bike lengths, but it really is quite daunting and not easy to kind of judge properly when you're staring straight at it. So the 101 and Neil Meelan then starting to get racy on the back of this one. Goodsall just making a little bit of a break, a couple of bike lengths, which is as much as you need round here. He did say yesterday that he was just holding the brakes on as long as he could at the or off for as long as he could at the end of the straight here to make his passes, and that was how he managed to make progress.
Andy Goodsall looking like he's getting a little bit of breathing room coming through there. Not enough that if he made a mistake he'd get away with it, but probably a little bit of a comfort breather that if he sort of overshot he doesn't have to cover the inside just as much. Great shot there, nice and up close. Yeah,
nice and up close on the inside of the pit lane turn then. But Duncan Wright then, he's going to go whichever way Spafford doesn't go. Oh no, yes he is, look, he's going to rush to the outside. Oh, and he goes down, just tucks the front on the way in.
Andy Goodsall there, now into that hairpin. Dave Spafford not close enough to try and make a move on him. Front wheel lifting as he goes into this next hairpin.
So with Duncan Wright then, as looks like we're going to have a red flag then. So
we still have 7 laps to go, so I'm not sure if that will be a total restart or...
I think that we will probably get a total restart. I can tell you that from my vantage position, I can see that Duncan Wright having a little bit of a lay down in the track, but he is up and moving and okay. Obviously, we'll get some medics there, but he went down in a position where to be able to get him to get sorted out, we're going to have to bring this race to a premature end. So we'll get everybody back into... we've got a replay there. And you can see that Wright then just got it completely wrong on the way in. He was trying to sort out the Bathmate replay, then showing the moment that he's down, he hit the ground. He is up and okay, but as the cause of the stoppage, he should take no further part in that event. And he did take quite a hit.
So all riders stopped around the grid and around the tracks with this race stoppage. A few of them taking their helmet off to get a bit of a breather with it being so warm today.
Yeah, so I would imagine that we're just going to get these re-rack. Like I say, the rider then is up and walking and back to his bike, but just managed to just lose the front. Looks like he properly went for that. Committed to the pass on Dave Spafford, and obviously just as he knife-edged the front as he went in there, and down he went.
Good to see the 184. Is it 184? Well, Farron Young back out after his trip to Wigan Hospital at round 1. He's out there on a borrowed bike. Apparently the suspension's a little bit too soft for him.
I can't even begin to think why that might be an issue. So we just look then at the 82 Bathmate Husqvarna of James Wood. So like I say, he was out in practice on the teammate Jess Mitchell's bike, and Woody there again, part of the Bathmate team. He's a decent performer. We've seen him in the A group more than once, but he's had a proper mare in qualifying today. Had to change the rear wheel bearings, and as a result, he's starting well back on the grid. So Andy Goodsall then will take pole position. As they're just fiddling with his gloves. And Spafford, they see electric, no kickstart on the Honda.
Looking at our timing screen, it looks like they'll have an 11-lap race.
Okay, so I think we were 2 or 3 laps into this one. So we will just get them re-racked, and then 421 of Clint Davis there on the 450 TM. He had a good day yesterday, and as a result of that, he's going to see him starting on the second row of the grid. And the ULS Husqvarna, as you can see there, Andy Goodsall, not in the flush of youth, been around the paddock a long time.
Fondly nicknamed Vin Diesel after Teesside.
After Teasel. What was your line? Not fast, but fairly furious.
Yeah, that was the one.
That was absolute gold. That was. But one of the characters of the paddock, and loves his racing. And they got a nice little setup there together. So are we going to get another warm-up lap, or are we going to go straight out onto? I think we will just go. Just need to get the cones moved, and then we will just have a complete restart. Not expecting that we don't think we'll have a warm-up lap, but we'll never know. We will find out soon enough. So red flag at the front of the grid then. Just waiting for the lights to get sorted out and get the nod from our medics, and then we will be back underway with this first C group race. Nice grid shot there.
See all the spectators stood around the banking.
Like I say, you kind of get a little bit sucked into the fact that it's just a track and you're not really that aware of your surroundings, but it is a beautiful place to have a kart track. Been here a very, very long time, and we saw when we arrived here Friday and last night, they've got a very, very busy very, very busy and lucrative kart rental business going on as well, so that helps keep everything going. We're up here in the nice clubhouse, so that building that you can just see in the right hand of your picture there, we're in the top of that. Like I say, perfect racing conditions, a little bit of breeze, a little bit of cloud, track temperatures are good, so we just wait then for Andy Koenig to walk down the grid to make sure that everybody is in position. And the 67 of Stephen Gallimore just a little bit out of place. It's a narrow track, so we go 3-2-3 here with the grid. But everybody then back on there. We wait for the nod and we will be back underway. So James Wood then a long way back. He's on row 6 there. We can just see him.
So it looks like Andy Wright has put the red flag up, ready to get them under starters' orders.
So here we go then, the restart of C Group Race 1. Away they go. Goodsell again gets the drop. Spafford, is he going to try and make a move down the inside? So the inside's covered. A little bit of shenanigans at the back there in the middle of the pack with one of the pit bike guys, but it is Andy Goodsell then. Neil Meelan then moves up to third. Obviously Duncan Wright was the guy that we've lost out there. 67 of Gallimore there in about 7th or 8th. Well, Dan Spencer trying to make a pass down the inside. That looks like that's Woody that's come through. So James Wood then will keep an eye open for the 82.
Another great start for Andy Goodsell though. So it's again Goodsell, Spafford and Neil Mellin, I think that is.
So Goodsell comes across the line then. We'll just have to make it up as we go along with how many laps this one's going to be with a restart, but what we will know is that Andy Koenig will put the last lap flag out at the correct time. So up the step up then for the first time. It's Goodsell from Spafford, from Meelan, then the 351 a Rick Owen, and then a bit of a gap back then to the 421 of Clint Davis. So we saw in the first one then a little bit of a break at the front. Goodsell just doing everything he can to try and break away, make our job a little bit more difficult. Always good when there's a good battle at the front. So you can see there's like 2 apexes there and then another one here as they change direction. It's a really, really challenging bit of the track, and your positioning this corner here relies on getting the 5 corners previous to it absolutely perfect.
Looks like James Wood's made his way up to 5th already on this second lap.
So we'll keep an eye on the Bathmate Husqvarna then of James Wood. He'll be looking to want to find his way onto the back of the B group grid. It's just a case of whether he's going to have the laps to do it.
Dave Spafford getting really close to Andy Goodsell there through that hairpin. Doesn't look like he's close enough to make a dive up the inside on the next one.
So see Wood in the background then. He's going to try and make a move on Owen as they come into this corner here. Not quite able to do it. That's the leader then, Goodsell, already back down the hill. Round into the pit turn. We're starting to eke out a little bit of a gap on Spafford. Not enough to for him to fall asleep. But in fact Spafford just a tiny little bit quicker. So this is the bit where I expect Woody to make the pass, and indeed he does. So Woody makes the pass up the inside of Rick Owen, and now he'll fight his way onto the back of this lead bunch. So the first two in this race will move up to our B final, or also our B group race in the second group of races. So James Wood then will be wanting to make sure that he's one of those, but he also won't be wanting to do anything silly, even with a rider that's only like maybe a second or a second and a half off your pace round here, Danielle. It's never easy to make a pass. You've got to be fully committed, and Woody commits down the inside there in the background.
Woody does currently have the fastest lap time of this race with a 1 minute dead, so a 1 minute .0.4.
So as we look at the leaders as they come across the line then into the off-road section, and it is still the 714 ULS Husqvarna of Andy Goodsall, the Honda of Dave Spafford in second, and James Wood there in third. Woody now all over the back of Spafford, and he'll try and make a dive down the inside. Neil Meelan still there to pick up any pieces that may be. So Woody will be keeping a close eye on where he needs to be. He's going to try and run this one wide and then have a run down the inside of the 117. But Spafford covers the inside. That little kink there was sending the number 82 a little offline. You forget that little kink down the back with that back straight. You always think, oh, I didn't have a bit more of a go, but that little kink just makes the track so much narrower.
Yeah, I think it shows that even though James Wood is the fastest man on track currently, he is struggling to get past an Evo bike.
Yes, and to be fair to Spafford, he's riding pretty well himself. He had a good day yesterday. It does show you that you don't need the latest and greatest machinery to be half decent at this game. Because it's fair to say that the bike that James Wood is on is a fairly recent 450, and obviously Spafford makes a big mistake, loses concentration and locks the rear, and then he ends up going into the kitty litter. So all of a sudden then Woody up to second, just has a bit of a wobble on the front. So Woody now, he's going to be making the cut up to the B group. So race leader then into the lap traffic now, and he's closing down quickly on Andy Goodsall.
Currently a waved yellow going into the dirt section, so that means James Wood shouldn't be able to make a pass through here.
Back into the clear track. Looks like the 67 of Stephen Gallimore was the rider that went down there. So Woody then now all over the back of Andy Goodsall, and it's fair to say that as good a rider as Andy Goodsall is, you would not expect James Wood to take too long to find his way to the front. What's going to be the battle on this one is whether the 101 of Neil Meelan has anything to say about it, and we did see him make his way into the B group. Goodsall makes room up the inside there of one of the slower riders, and here comes Woody down the inside, but he's not in too much of a rush, just moves himself to the outside. I'm expecting him to have a go down the hill here, Danielle. This is the passing place, and Woody comes around the outside, drops it down the inside, but Andy drops it across the front of him.
Some good ride in there from Andy Goodsall defending that, and
Woody got out of it. He didn't force the issue, knew that Goodsall was going to come across. That could have easily ended in tears, and Meelan could have picked up all those pieces. So into the off-road, and we're into the traffic now. Like I say, this is our C group, so these are our novice riders, youngsters and oldsters alike. People coming to Supermoto for the first time, and some old hands as well. Like I say, James Wood here, just by default of a very unfortunate incident. He just had a wheel bearing problem as he came to go out for qualifying this morning, and they were unable to get his bike ready, so he's found himself in C group. But now he is all over the back of the 714 of Andy Goodsall.
Andy will be very, very well aware that it's Woody there as well, I'd like to say. He's up the inside onto that right-hander. So
if Andy Goodsall's got any sense, and that is obviously open for interpretation, but Andy will now do his best to hang on to the back of James Wood, and now he's got a wheel to follow. It's always easier to chase than it is to follow, and so then it is the lead. And here's the pass then. Woody already committed down the outside. And then up the inside into that right-hander at the bottom. So the Bathmate rider then on the Bathmate replay. And so C Group then brought to you by Activate Windows. British Supermoto C. So Woody then starting to check out at the front. And what remains to be seen is can Andy Goodsall hold off the 101 of Neil Meelan for second position. So sparks from the footrest there, or the toe sliders of our race leader, number 82, James Wood.
I think James Wood has titanium boot sliders. I know this because I've been after a set.
Yes, they are.
Don't they just look cool?
They do look cool. And they obviously stop you wearing through the bottom of a £350 pair of boots every other meeting. So across the line and into the off-road section again. See, James, we've got that double white line there, so that we don't have to put barriers in the circuit, just like on the road. No crossing of that white line, so if you commit to the inside, you stay on the inside. If you commit to the outside, you stay on the outside, and it worked well all day yesterday.
A little bit further back in the pack, I'm spotting, it looks like Clint Davies, Dan Spencer and Andy Hayes having their own little battle.
So they were having some fun yesterday. But our race leader then, James Wood, with a couple of laps to go. No doubt Andy will be sticking the last lap flag out under his nose as James comes down to just put a lap on. I think that's May Chalice, so he just picks his spot, just nips past. Again, just staying off that. There's a little bit of a drop off at the edge of the curb on that track, and we saw a few guys go down there yesterday. Woody will get the last lap flag. And again, all of a sudden he's into a bunch of traffic here. Only 1 second, then back to Goodsall. Goodsall's still there. Meelan's still not close enough to cause any trouble. But Wood then out onto the straight for the final time. As Meelan had a run down the inside of Andy Goodsall. If we can get the wide shot into this last turn, Goodsall's still there, I think.
Yeah, looks like Andy might have got stuck a little bit behind that lap traffic. So looks like they've got, going down that far straight, it is still Andy Goodsall in front from what I can see.
So Woody then, he's just easing his way around this final lap, doesn't want to run into any more traffic. He come down the hill for the final time. Goodsall there, still, I'm saying close attendance, but close enough to keep it honest. Meelan then not to, I don't think he's going to be close enough to put a pass, so that will be your first C Group race winner then. The 82 James Wood, second Andy Goodsall, and third Neil Meelan. The rest of the riders come across the line. It will be the 351 of Rick Owen. And then the next battle is Spencer will hold on from Clint Davis, and Andy Hayes in 7th.
I think Andy Goodsall will be glad that race wasn't a couple of laps longer, even if his bike does get very good miles per gallon.
One of the things that was said yesterday was that the races yesterday were quite long. And Dave Spafford comes across the line after his slight misdemeanour at the end of the straight there. Yeah, the races seem like they went on forever, and obviously any race that you're at the front of, you want it to finish now, and any race that you're at the back of, you want it to go on forever. But we were getting 12, 13, 14 lap races yesterday, I think, so...
Yeah, with the heat and it being such a physical track as well, you definitely knew you were doing longer races. There's no sort of places to rest on this track, with the longest straight being probably, I'd say, about half the length of the one at Three Sisters. So not really much time to be taking much of a breather. Some replays there of James Wood.
So just nice technique, getting the bike set up, then just not quite clipping the white line on the way into that turn, and not quite clipping it on the way out, which is exactly what you want.
We've got our B Group riders now sat in the Holden area, ready for their first race.
So here we are then, our podium for our first C Group race of the weekend. Neil Mealing making hard work of getting his bike on the stand.
I know I'd struggle after a two sort of races there. I'd be knackered. I'd struggle to get my bike on a stand as well.
So a handshake then from Andy Goodsall and have a bit of a chat there. So James Wood then, he takes victory. Fist pump then for Andy Goodsall. So race winner then will be James Wood. Second place, Andy Goodsall. Third place will be the 101 of Neil Mealing. So nice first place there for James Wood. He's earned that. He'll be up into the B group, starting from the back of the grid. We've seen him go from the Bs into the As. A handshake then for Mealing, who takes third. And a decent ride for him. It's amazing how many of these guys, I've never seen Neil Mealing with his helmet off and known it was him. So there you are, your first race of the day, adult race of the day, adult C. A win for James Wood. Second place for Andy Goodsall. And third place for Neil Mealing. And Automotive Solutions backdrop there in the just behind those guys. They're one of our sponsors for this weekend. As always, thank you to them, Tripz.uk, Bathmate, and everybody else that has made this this live stream possible. Well, that's your first winners then. C Group Race 1 was James Wood, Andy Goodsall and Neil Mealing. We will be underway then with B Group Race 1. Just waiting for the nod. B Group Race 1 then is brought to you by Automotive Solutions. That is the company that is run by Paul Reynolds. Automotive Solutions, they are a BMW and Mini specialist up there in York, so they're the people to go and talk to for your BMW and Mini needs. We're just having a little bit of track work done down here where Stephen Gallimore decided to rearrange the tyre wall. As we see the 155 there of Chris Walker. Now he's the boss of Tripz.uk, one of our main sponsor for our championship class, and man of many talents. But his Tripz.uk company is a motorhome hire company, specialise in all shapes and sizes of motorhomes for long-term and short-term rentals. We've got a couple of them here in the paddock this weekend. Ideal for festivals and weekends away where you don't want to be slumming it in a tent with the masses and you just want a little bit of comfort. And he's got quite a few units available for hire, so visit Tripz.uk to go and see what is available. For pole position then, Paul Rhodes, number 8 on the RWJ Husqvarna. Second position was Seth Gibson, and third position was the 68 Honda of Craig Forshaw.
Forshaw having a bit of mechanical yesterday in that A race. Managed to get the bike running again. I think it was the main nut on the clutch. Yeah, he had a problem with the clutch, which unfortunately caused the rear end of the bike to lock, and he collected Chris Eastwood, and they both went down. But fortunate that neither of those guys to be injured. It was one of them things where fortunately it was in the bit just after the off-road. But Forshaw had a very forceful ride in the first B group yesterday and made his way through to A. So I'm expecting him to be the same. He called me over this morning and pointed at the H on the side of the clutch cover, and it said Honda and not Husqvarna, because I mistakenly thought he was out on a Husky. But also Paul Rhodes, again, another guy. He had a really, really decent run yesterday and then suffered a few gearbox problems in the second race, I believe. And as a result, although we ran well into the top 10, as our race director David Dearden then, and pole sitter Paul Rhodes, obviously. Seth Gibson had another brilliant race yesterday as well, battling with Chris Walker. I think Chris maybe had some brake issues yesterday. I know this circuit's really hard on brakes.
I think the problem with Chris's brakes was that he couldn't pull them anymore. Arm pump issues then, and just general a bit of general fatigue. We saw that from Paul Reynolds as well. And so those guys, this track is very physical. There's nowhere to take any break, as I'm sure you can attest to. So the long race is here. 817 of Harley Sharp on the Bathmate Husqvarna. Neil Stevens there, number 944. He was the fastest. Those two were the fastest two guys in the second qualifying session. So they were at the front of their grid. And we wait for the lights to change then. And away they go. And let's see, looks like it is the 188 to Seth Gibson that's taken the whole shot. Looks like Walker there in second. Looks like Forshaw in there in third. Oh, lovely sideways action. Gibson runs a mile wide. Leaves an invitation for about 10 riders to try and poke it up the inside. But he holds on to it down the straight. Pulse it to Paul Rhodes, then obviously did not get the jump on that one.
Teammates there from Bathmate. Jamie Wrigglesworth making a move up the inside of Kyle Eccleston.
So obviously Rigg will be putting that one down in his notebook, but here they come then down the hill for the first time.
Looked like Chris Walker's managed to stuff it up the inside of Seth Gibson with
we got somebody down.
Craig and Rhodes got by as well.
We just had a faller there, but the race leader into the dirt for the first time, and it is the 155 of Chris Walker from the 125 of Dean Wingate.
I think the faller was
Lee Codlin, who went down on the exit there of that corner, just took a little bit too much curb, and all of a sudden he was on his backside. So Walker then, he's going to want to check out. He tried yesterday and was unable to do it. Like he said, he did the hard work. He managed to find his way past Paul Reynolds, which is probably one of the hardest things in the world to do, because he is so difficult to pass. And then actually what he did, he made a mistake going into the off-road and ran on, and ended up going from first to seventh. Well,
that's actually Dean Wingate now that's made his way up to second, so he looks like he got past both Seth Gibson and Craig Forshaw.
Yeah, so I'm not really sure what happened to Gibson. We didn't see where he is, but he's back to fifth. So whether he just got a bit giddy at the front and ran wide, and he finds himself back in fifth. So it is then Walker from Wingate, from Forshaw, from Gibson, in fact from Rhodes, from Gibson. So that's your battle for the top five. Oh, big jump then from Walker. He'll be out in action at the British Vets Motocross Championship next week down at Luton with me good self. We're in the same race apparently, so that'll be good for one of us and not for good for the other. Wingate then, he had a bit of a mare yesterday. He crashed round the pit corner by trying to put a pass on somebody for second, I think, and ended up going right to the back and had to fight back from row 9 to come up to second. But so Walker from Wingate from Forshaw, and Forshaw won this race yesterday, so we'll be looking at making moves as well. And then Rhodes just in the background. So Forshaw trying to make a pass. There's no room down the inside as they come into the off-road. That's these four now neck and neck. Seth Gibson in there as well. But Walker then properly sending it. And you can see that he's pulled at least 5 or 6 bike lengths on Wingate as they make their way through the off-road section. Here we go then, Walker, absolute full send, nice bit of leg swag as well. And like I say, these are the motocross boys not afraid to get the bike up in the air. Bathmate replay then showing that in its full effect.
As cool as he does look, I wonder if he is losing a little bit of time there, spending it in the air rather than getting the power down.
The thing is, he's getting he's hitting that a lot harder than the other guys. So you can see as he comes off the off-road, the gap to Dean Wingate, where it at the minute it is absolutely nothing. It'll be 3 bike lengths when they come through the fence back onto the off-road. So again, he jumps deep into there, and now bang, and look, he's gone. And so it takes Dean pretty much the next 2 corners and straight to get back on the back of Walker. It's a 5 bike length advantage, and all the time that Walker's doing that, he's leaving Wingate a little bit exposed for a move from the 58 of Forshaw there in third. So there he is, Wingate now on the back.
Looks like we've got the retirement of Lee Codling. His bike's pulled over at the end of that straight.
Okay, so Codling then faller early on, and whatever that damage that may have done has brought him out of the race. So there's nowhere to hide in this one then for the 155 Tripz.UK KTM of Chris Walker. Forshaw then in third. Gibson going the long way round. So this is where Chris Walker's quick, takes a lot of curb there. But then Wingate gets right back onto the back of him into this tight left-hand hairpin. A little bit of a tuck on the front for the 155. And is this Wingate's chance down the inside? Indeed it is. He pushes his way down the inside. Walker then back to second. New leader then, Dean Wingate on the RWJ Husky.
Forshaw will have been looking to follow him through there, but just Walker closed the gap a bit too quick for him. But again, he tries there.
Forshaw down the inside, so a nice pass. So the 58 of Forshaw moves up to second. Walker then under all sorts of pressure now, back to third. Rhodes trying to make a move as well. Once the floodgates are opened. Rhodes ran around the inside, not even using the berm, lands on the grass. So Wingate and Forshaw then already starting to check out a little bit at the front. They've already pulled about 0.8 of a second. So Forshaw and Wingate then. Oh. So Rhodes then found his way past Chris Walker. And changed for the lead then. We've got a new race leader, Craig Forshaw. He managed to squeeze a pass down the inside, I think, of Dean Wingate, exactly the same place that he passed Chris Walker on the previous lap. So new race leader then, Craig Forshaw on the Honda at number 58, the Automotive Solutions rider. Paul Rhodes now in there. He's going to be all over the back of Dean Wingate for third. Well, for second, sorry. But it is the 58 of Craig Forshaw that makes his way around the pit turn. Great riding style. All he needs to do now is not make a mistake. Rhodes then still all over the back of Wingate, tries to make a pass up the inside in the background. So Wingate having to ride defensive now. Wingate and Rhodes are actually teammates, the RWJ boys. They got asked the 188 to Seth Gibson off at the side of the track, so possibly a puncture. It looked like the bike was sat down a little bit at the back. And also the Lee Codlin machine there in the background. But yeah, teammates, both Wingate and Paul Rhodes have kids that are racing in our junior classes. Wingate's daughter, Annabelle. Is it Isabel? I think it's Isabel Wingate, yeah, Isabel. She was really good yesterday. And Lily Rhodes and Max Rhodes then. So I've got a 5-rider team, 2 dads, two sons and a daughter. So there'll be a little bit more respect, because they're going to have to go back and sit under the same tent. But Craig Forshaw then just starting to get away, and Rhodes is through. So Paul Rhodes then, number 8, again, he's an HGV trailer fitter. He actually works for the FIA, building hospitality units and all sorts of stuff. He's very, very busy in the winter, but finds time to come and race with us in the summer. And good to have him back on board full time. He did a few races a few years ago and then found his way back into it with the kids. So always a good performer back in the day. A very quietly spoken guy, but as he's talking on the track. But Forshaw then into the off-road. Rhodes is just not able to close down the gap, but he'll know that he's in second and he's going up to the ace. Wingate then just faded off 1.2 seconds, and But Forshaw now will just be doing his level best to not end up in the scenery. And I have fallen off round here when I've been trying just to not fall off. It is really easy done, especially in this turn here. You just run a little bit wide, the track drops away on the other side of the white line, and you lose all the edge grip on your tyre, and you're on your backside before you know it. So Forshaw then not as sweet through the off-road as the likes of Chris Walker. Walker's dropped to 4th and 6 seconds. He's having a great battle with Blaine Pearson. And then it's Kyle Eccleston, Darrell Pennington, Paul Groom, Mark Stevens and Gareth Baxter. Harley Sharp down there in 12th, so he obviously had a mare at some point. But as this one then, this B final, this first B group race winds down, sun is out and bright now. You can see the shadows underneath the 58 Honda of Craig Forshaw. He will come across the line and get the last lap flag this time by. Now Andy Koenig then puts it out the flag. So final circuit then for these guys. So Rhodes then a big gap back now to Dean Wingate. So Wingate, he's got 6 seconds advantage over the 155 of Walker. So he's just decided that he's given that one to Paul Rhodes. Again round this corner at the far end of the circuit, when we see our A group guys out, this is where all the time's made in this little section of the circuit. They put another lap on Gibson. Be interesting to try and find out what happened to him. But a quick look over the shoulder then, and it will be a victory then for the 58 Honda of Craig Forshaw. Second, the number 8 Husqvarna of RWJ Husky of Paul Rhodes, and third will be the 125 of Dean Wingate. Fourth across the line should be and is the number 155 Tripz.UK KTM of Chris Walker, followed by closely by the 151 of Blaine Pearson, and then it's Pennington on the 666 Automotive Solutions. Husky comes across the line in 6th, Eccleston in 7th, Groom in 8th, Stevens 9th, and the 475 of Luca Jennings in 10th. It looks to me like Seth Gibson looking for a bit off his bike, so maybe he lost something. So B Group then, race 1. There is your race victor. Just showboating down the far end. There's a little bit of a lake there off to the right hand side, but we've got people then watching up from the top of the cliffs here. Got a few people in, quite a lot down there in the pits as well, and a few spectators up on the hillside. That was our podium forms then. That's the your race winner, the 58 of Craig Forshaw. On the Honda, it just seemed that pink and purple seem to be a colour scheme and colour theme, these bikes, but your B group podium then, third place then being given to the number 3 of Dean Wingate by our race director David Dearden. Our race winner then, just removing his helmet. And there is the number 8 of Paul Rhodes. He came through, good second position. So So a few handshakes then. There's our race podium then. First place then 58, Craig Forshaw. Second place, number 8, Paul Rhodes. And third, 125, Dean Wingate. As you can see, none of them goes in the flush of youth, but it really is a decent sport for people of all ages. I mean, we're off to British Supermoto A now, brought to you by Sheen's Projects. He's one of our main sponsors here. Fitting of fire doors and windows and all sorts of industrial and domestic windows. Fire doors a speciality as well. Very professional. Loads of big installations. Knows what he's doing. Big size company. So there is the 33 Humber Garage Racing Honda of Jay Smith. The only rider then in Superpole to get into the 54s on board then, with the number 33. Oh, our pole position then. So 33 Jay Smith brings it to the start. Chris Hodgson there just leaning the bike over then to get some extra cooling oil around the clutch. Okay, so Storm Stacey there, second on the grid. From Jay Smith, the 79 Automotive Solutions husky of Storm Stacey. Then it's Chris Hodgson. And then the fat and fast number 54 of Richard Blakeman. Then it's the 217 of Richard Sharp on the Bathmate Husqvarna. There is indeed Mr. Blakeman. Like I said to me this morning that he wasn't feeling particularly great and that he wasn't sure what he was going to be like over race distance, but he had a decent day yesterday.
Yeah, he rode really, really well yesterday. Watching him compared to where he was last year, he sort of had that pace, but he was able to make moves. He was staying with those top 3 that are right there in front of him. Really good day for him.
So here we go then. Wait for the lights to change. Andy will point to him and away we go. So let's see who's got the whole shot then, and it looks like it's Stacey that's took the whole shot from the outside. Smith there in second. Oh, Stacey runs really wide. Smith up the inside. We're on board with the number 33 Humber Garage Racing Honda of Jay Smith. So Stacey then just ran wide. So he took the lead briefly, committed off the start as they back their way into that first corner, that corner down the far end. But it is Smith starting to just eke away at the front. The rest of the field stream through. Well, over the line for the first time then. Smith from Stacey, from Hodgson. Richard Sharp there in fourth, and it's Blakeman. Nobody wanted to give up time to go to the outside. Blakeman's trying to sneak a line on the 217 of Richard Sharp. But we saw Storm Stacey make passes yesterday, his lovely knee-down style. Not traditional Supermoto, but good to see. Back on board with Jay Smith. Stacey has a quick look over his shoulder. This is a little bit more spread out than it was at in the races we saw yesterday. So it looks like Jake's got to the front and decided to pull the pin. Storm Stacey then had some brake problems yesterday, and whilst he led a couple of them, or was there or thereabouts, he wasn't there for very long. Smith then again holding that inside line. Sharp then runs the berm.
Looks like all of them took the inside there, only Sharp using the berm though.
Obviously when this was this dirt section was first put in, that was actually stones, and I think, as I may have alluded to in a previous thing, I was actually the first person to jump it up from the inside when it was proper off-road.
Proper off-road.
No, it is much better for being how it is. Far more predictable, and obviously we don't get the drag on, and thank you for the Cumbria Kart Club for allowing that to happen, because it does make this a perfect all-weather venue for Supermoto. Come rain or shine, we can use all of the track. But we digress. Jay Smith then still at the front, and we've got Storm Stacey then. Here we come into the off-road, so we'll kink through here, left and then right over this little kicker. He'll go to the inside and then up this step, land back on. There's a bit of a dip there, and then lots of direction changes, plenty of curb taken. Stacey all over the back of the number 33 Humber Garage Racing Honda. The Automotive Solutions Husqvarna, Chris Hodgson holding a watching brief in third, waiting there to pick up any pieces. As we see there, just round the outside on the Bathmate replay, Storm Stacey doing everything that he can to try and find a way past the 40-year-old Londoner Jay Smith. Like I say, 17-time champion Chris Hodgson there in third. This track really is in his back garden. He's 5 minutes down the road in Maryport. He's done a lot of racing, riding around this track. It's fair to say that nobody in this race is a stranger to Rowrah, but of all the people that have raced here, 15 or 20 year career of Chris Hodgson now, he's done as many as anybody else.
So the entire top 8 are all within 1 second of each other. So between Jay Smith and Oliver Holmes, they are all doing a 55-second lap.
So, big moment for Smith as he came out onto the straight. He covers the inside. This is going to give... he drops it across the front to Stacey. He lit the rear up as they came out that corner, and that's these kind of little, not mistakes, but these little things that happen, then just... This is what you need to be able to capitalise on. Is Stacey going to have a run up the inside here? No room. Smith drops it across the front of him again. Battle then for fourth. Sharp, Blakeman, and we've got Chris Eastwood and Jamie Duncan. 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Oliver Holmes in 8th, Dean Hillier 9th. Andy Mitchell in an excellent 10th. Oh, fantastic stuff then. It's what Supermoto is all about. Stacey runs a little bit wide to try and hook back round the inside. Smith's going to go hard down the right down here, and again the track just comes that little kink just blocks the line a little bit, so it closes the door on the outside without the rider having to move over to do it, as we go back on board with the 33 Humber Garage Racing Honda of Jay Smith and make their way through the pit lane turn. Into the off-road. Flick left and right, right again holds the tight line. And concrete refacing on that as it's been eaten away. Let's see if Stacey can have a bit of a nibble down the inside. Jay's always sending him the long way round.
Well, that was Richard Sharp with a bit of a moment there as he was backing it in.
Yeah, I just saw that the last bits of that in the background. So Richard Sharp then, he's one of the few riders that gets it fully sideways these days, and he just got a little bit out of shape, maybe just got a little bit too much heat in that rear tyre, and he had to sit it up, so he will have dropped back to probably 5th or 6th by the looks of that. But Storm Stacey then, British Superbike star, all over the back of the 33 of Jay Smith. Hodgson there in close attendance. Now, to fairness to Storm Stacey, he is a lot better through the off-road than he was yesterday, speed-wise. So is he going to go around the outside here? He's putting Smith under pressure. Is that going to open the door for Chris Hodgson? No, it's not. Blakeman up to third. Eastwood Blakeman to fourth. Eastwood up to fifth. So Chris Eastwood then, the Glaswegian on the 110 DCR Husqvarna, having a good. KTM having a good ride.
Yeah, that brand new 2023 seems to be really good out the box from what I've heard. Quick around these tight twisty tracks, very similar to his training track Crail.
Yeah, so we've got the next race is at Crail, and we expect to see all of the Scottish guys taking home track advantage there, but nobody able to find a way past Jay Smith here. Say he's almost what the Americans would call pole putting there, but he's just making sure he does not make any mistake in the off-road. Now is Stacey going to have a run down the outside again? He drops it across the front, but he can't make... Oh, Smith loses the rear and goes down. So new race leader then.
Looks like Jamie Duncan also went down there.
So Jay Smith then lost the rear coming out of that corner. We've got a red flag, unfortunately. So Smith lost the rear end of that Humber Garage Racing Honda, and looks like
here's the replay of that moment.
He just loses it a little bit there. So Jay Smith then looks like he got collected by Jamie Duncan, but looks like he's okay. So we're just going to have a little bit of a delay while we get this sorted out.
Again, so 6 laps to go for this race, so it may possibly be a restart as well.
So it does look like Jay Smith is up on his feet. So we've got a second rider down by the side of the track, which may be Jamie Duncan. So but Smith is up and on his feet. So there is Chris Hodgson. We're just going to wait to get news of when the restart. Well, that's a shame because Smith was doing everything that he needed to do at the front of that one. But there's Storm Stacey. He was putting all sorts of pressure on Jay, and that's what forced the error. He ran round the outside of him, made Jay get the power on early, and it just let go. The red plate holder then, Chris Hodgson.
He's also our previous winner from here in 2022. So Chris Hodgson took the overall here on the Sunday. Last time we were at Rowrah. However, the conditions were very different. Torrential rain for that round.
Richard Sharp there, and the 42 of Oliver Holmes, his teammate then to the number 7 of Jamie Duncan.
He's having a really good round this weekend. Rode mega yesterday, taking the win of the Clubman, and again, I think he was sitting 8th as they were riding there.
Yes, he definitely had a good day. But like I say, here we see it. Then Smith then just lights the rear end up, and as not quite sure what happened in the aftermath of that one, but whether Jamie Duncan then just trying to miss the machine of Jay Smith ended up making contact with him. But Smith is definitely up and walking, not quite sure. Looks like Jamie Duncan's sitting up as well, so that's good to hear. And so we'll just wait then for our marshals and officials to give us the all clear to get going again. But like I say, it was a hard-fought battle at the front of that one, and Smith was doing everything that he needed to hold on to the lead, but pressurised by Storm Stacey. Stacey did a great job then to miss the in fact, he kind of threaded the needle a bit there as Smith went down. We will be having a full restart. Looks like Duncan is also up and on his feet. So yeah, Chris Hodgson then 17 times a British champion then, and it's his local circuit. He is running some training days for Supermoto riders and novices alike. 30th of June at Teesside Autodrome, where Chris will be there to basically give instruction to anybody who wants to pay him a reasonable amount of money. But joking aside, the fact that the 17-time champion will spend the time not just with normal run-of-the-mill guys like me, but also the Bambino and Academy riders, and so coaching for all abilities, and the ability to be able to get some time with a rider of Chris Hodgson's calibre. In fact, it looks like it may well have been the other rider that was down. It may well have been the 110 of Chris Eastwood, because that certainly looks like far more hair than Jamie Duncan possesses. So it was Eastwood, and he was in that area of the race. So that's a shame for the guy from Glasgow. Yeah. So Jamie Duncan it was. So apologies for that one. It is in fact it looks like Duncan was involved, but he's riding back. And as soon as we get the medics to, we're going to put them back in the holding area and then come back out again.
Go up to the holding area and try and chat with them there.
You can do, yeah. Go for me. Okay, so not quite sure what the plan of attack is. We wait for news on the radio to see whether this A group race will restart or whether we will take a break and resume shortly. Right then, so it looks like we've gone to the podium with that one, and for all intents and purposes, we're going to take that back a lap. Storm Stacey then is going to be declared our winner. Chris Hodgson second, and it will be the Fat and Fast of Richard Blakeman there in third. Obviously, this will be subject to official confirmation. We will wait and see what the state of play is with that one. It's good to see everybody up and on their feet. But we've seen, I'll say, some fantastic track action here this weekend so far. And that first A Group race was shaping up to be an absolute barn burner. And as we saw, Jay Smith then, unfortunately, the cause of the stoppage in that one, so that will dent his championship hopes. He's very much very much up there and in contention for this one with Chris Hodgson. So it looks like our academy class are going to be the next ones out on circuit. Looks like all of our medics are back in place. So we're just waiting then for Academy A to come out of the holding area, and hopefully then we're going to go to an interview with so Danielle Koenig then down in pit lane with our first race winner, Storm Stacey.
Yeah, we're here with Storm Stacey, who's our provisional race 1 winner for the A's. Rode really well on that one, great start. Jay just sort of dived up the inside on that first hairpin, but you managed to take the win.
Yeah, so like when I come and race here, I always try and keep myself out of trouble because you end up doing bar to bar. So lap 1, you'll have probably seen me, I just go wide at turn 2, just let everyone do what they're going to do. I'm out the way, and then I just settle in where I am and chip away. I love having a good battle with all these boys because they're not hanging
got
about.
A bit of a sound issue down there.
But yeah, sitting behind Jay, I could see he had good pace, and there was nowhere I was like where I was stronger was the middle of the corner, but then he could get really good acceleration, so there was nowhere I could really pass him. So I kept going around the outside of him a few times, and I kept seeing him lose the rear, and I thought, if I do it enough times, he's probably going to get a bit giddy and come off. Well, unfortunately, he did. You never hope for it to happen, but it's just one of them things, isn't it? It's racing. I hope he's all okay, and I'm sure he'll be out in the next one if he is.
Yeah, I'm sure he will be. Me and Phil both commented how you look a bit quicker through the step up as well today. So you like you're improving there.
Oof. Yeah, I just said that to Chris. I said I think I had a bit of time on Jay there, but I think what he gained on the takeoff, I gained on the landing. But yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. That's good.
Well done. Good luck for race 2.
Thank you. Job's a good one.
Okay then, thanks to Danielle. And yeah. Okay then, academy class. We look to the lights. So here they come then, into the hairpin for the first time, and it looks like it's our pole sitter, the 117. 191 of Tyler Humphries. Make their way down the far end of the circuit, and our race leader then is indeed the 191 of Tyler Humphries then at the front. Second place then Daniel Goodman, and then the 117 of Reese Lennox. Now this is non-championship mini bike class then. So there's going to be some riders out here, some adult mini bikes and pit bikes. This is not a repeat of our first mini bike race. This is just a tarmac only circuit, so not using the off-road for this one. Say the confusion at the end of that A group race, but I think it was just decided that the amount of distance that was run and how early we were in the day that we would call that one and get everything sorted out and move on with the programme. So battle then, Lennox down the back straight, that's the 111 of Martin Cockayne. But still then our race leader is the 191 of Tyler Humphries. And this is, like I say, the shortened circuit through the chicane. And there's a 71 of Goodman running right out wide to the curbs. He's there in second position currently. So there's Goodman then. Back out, he's in second position. Looking like he's indicated that he may have a problem there to somebody on the sideline, so we'll wait and see if that comes. Don't forget that in the previous race then our race leader went out multi at a seized engine at the far end of the back straight, but the 191. So he actually stopped and was a non-finisher in that in our academy race. And this is the non-championship one. As he comes to put on a lap on the 73 of Ollie Sims. Sims obviously had a problem because we would expect him to be a lot further up than he currently is.
It's a lot of riding for these guys in one day as well if they're going to do both classes, both championship and non-championship. So this race still has 8 laps currently to go.
Yeah, apologies for those of you at the circuit, but somebody with sausage fingers pressed the wrong button and turned you off, which would be primarily me. But our race leader then, well, a couple of riders then pushing in. That was like the 17 that's off to the side of the circuit there. That is... that's not Reece Lennox, that looked like that was Ross Richards. There's a couple of bikes there just in the background. But it is the 191 then. Currently fastest out on track. Of Tyler Humphries. Well, you see, got a nice little dashboard on the front of that one, so whether he's got a gear change light on there or it's just telling him race speed and lap timing and stuff like that. But these mini bike guys and these the kids that race a lot of the short circuit stuff, just basically they're working their way into road racing.
It's also worth noting that it isn't just kids out here. So Martin Cockayne, you've also got Stephen Booth out there. The infamous Mad Mick Cartledge.
Mad Mick Cartledge is out there indeed, and so it is a mixed class. We have got kids and adults out here, and what tends to happen is that the kids tend to be on 85s, a few of them on pit bikes, and then we've got our 140 pit bike classes and CRF 150s. It is a cheap way into Supermoto. There is full-size guys on half-size bikes, and plenty of them out there having fun for not a lot of money. Race leader then on screen. You can see this is the normal run for the kart circuit here into that left-right, right-left-right chicane. And the number 191. He has been the class of the field this weekend, apart from that DNF that we saw in the earlier race, which is obviously something that was easy fixed. I know that many a moto dad will have thrown a piston into one of these between races should the need arise. In fact, he is coming up on the back of the legendary Mad Mick Cartledge. He's there on his CRF 150. As you can see, there is a little bit of difference in scale there. But Mick certainly makes that 150 go well. I wouldn't want to try and go faster than him on one of them, I will tell you that for nothing.
No, Mad Mick's one of these guys that can make a SXV 550 look small.
He is. But decent rider. Loves his Supermoto. Wasn't here with us yesterday, just turned up for the day. But Goodman then tailed off to the tune of 8 seconds, which after what we saw in the earlier class, where those two crossed the line pretty much literally half a second apart, I expected a little bit more competition. But race leader then, Tyler Humphries, just chipping away at the front. Well, looking like it's like a second and a half a lap this time, but he's just getting the run of the traffic, and I think that Goodman not doing that. Martin Cockayne currently showing in third, and he's the first of our pick bike guys. A yellow flag there, so we've got somebody off to the side of the circuit. So it does seem that a lot of these kids tend to ride these bikes more road race style than Supermoto. I think the size of the wheels and the size of the kids relative to the bikes kind of leans them that way a little bit. But perfect road race style from our race leader then.
I've also seen the Scottish Supermoto, their academy class, are really good at encouraging and promoting these small bikes at their track up in Crail, where we're at for our next round. A lot of their riders ride with that knee down style rather than the traditional Supermoto style. I
think it's easier to do it like this, and then change to, if you don't end up going to road racing and going on to the Avalis and all of the other smaller stuff, and you follow a traditional Supermoto, it lends itself to going to a Supermoto or traditional Supermoto style once you get onto like a 250F. But in amongst the traffic now, just finding his way through. Makes his way past the 308 of Cody Miskelly. Again, quite a smattering of mates. Hondas, Yamahas, Kawasaki's, mostly KTM's and Husqvarna's, and then obviously most of the pit bikes are Honda based or copies of.
Yeah, a lot of these sort of Chinese pit bike engines are relatively cheap to replace, so a lot of the time it works out cheaper to replace the entire engine than it does to do maintenance, replacing parts, which just shows sort of how cheap they really are, but are great to get you out there and get having a little bit of fun.
So last lap flag is out then, and this is the final lap for our race leader then, Tyler Humphries. Nice line through there. You can see that we've got the bail on the inside of the corner there to stop anybody taking too much grass. But he will make his way around the pit turn for the final time and take a pretty comfortable victory in this class as well. This is our non-championship race, so this is just we have no super lights here this weekend, as you can imagine. They are absolutely far too big to race around this circuit. So win then for Humphries from the 71 of Daniel Goodman. Third across the line is the 111 of Martin Cockayne. Fourth, the 117 of Reece Lennox, followed by the 8 of Blake Wilson and the 161 of Mark Evans. Seventh is the 78 of Josh Williams. Eighth, Lee Thompson on the 166. Ninth, Charlie Cunningham, and 10th should be Stephen Booth. Time to run that now, have we? Okay, so obviously a lot of these bikes out here started life as motocross spikes, all the 65s and 85s, and on quite a lot of the 450s as well. So we've got a nice little piece that we put together yesterday just to show you what you need to do to turn your motocross bike into a supermoto. We are at round 3 of the British Supermoto Championship, brought to you by Tripz.uk at Rowrah. One of the things that people often want to know is, what do I need to do to make my motocross bike into a supermoto bike, to turn this into this? So Andy, what's the first thing that we need to look at when we're turning a motocross bike into a supermoto bike like this?
So the wheels are the first thing. Obviously the wheel size, we're running road race size tyres. Second thing, suspension. You can get away with standard suspension, but you do need a lot stiffer damping really, and a big brake.
We know that motocross bikes take a lot of hammer, but supermoto bikes, they don't have to be in the flush of youth, they just have to be well prepared. So if you've got a 5 or 6 year old bike, my 450 over there, that's a 2016, it's still competitive. It's not going to cost a massive amount of money, especially if you go with like the VMX wheels and all that kind of stuff that are not top line stuff, but they're more than affordable.
Yeah, there's plenty of also used parts around on the various Supermoto forums, Facebook, etc. Probably looking around £1,000 for a set of wheels. You can get adapter kits to modify your standard and use your standard caliper as well. There are plenty of suspension experts around that are capable of modifying standard motocross suspension for Supermoto. But if you just want to go and have a go with the wheels and brake, you can get away with your standard suspension, just wind those clickers in.
My motocross bike over there does occasionally get turned into supermoto trim doing exactly that, and with a decent rider on it, it's capable of running at the front in the B group here.
This one's pretty much top spec now. We've got different swinging arms and shock absorbers, fork internals, different slipper clutches, things like that, but it's all extras on top of the basic bike. A standard motocross with a few basic mods, you're ready to go and have a go, basically.
You can turn your reasonably priced motocross bike into a decent supermoto bike to come and have some fun at these British Championship races. There's always people that are willing to help people get into the sport. Just come and have a go and have a try out. And there's not many people who try it and don't want to come out and have a go.
No, it is one of the friendliest paddocks I've ever been in.
Right, Andy Mitchell, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Phil G.
Okay, welcome back everybody to the resumption of racing here at round 3 of the British Supermoto Championship here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. We just had our dinner break and got all our ducks in a row. Our academy class there are on the grid.
Yeah, we had our Bambinos out over lunch, so they were getting a little bit more track time. But now back to the slightly more experienced riders of the academy class.
Yeah, just an update. So we saw our A group race then that was red flagged before lunch. So news on that then. Jay Smith is walking wounded. Chris Eastwood, the other rider involved, appears to have an arm injury. Jamie Duncan, who I originally had down as one of the riders that was in a little bit of distress, he was just there giving Jay Smith a bit of a hand, I think. So. But he's okay and he's all up and running. So hopefully, not sure how many of those guys we will see in race 2, because obviously they've all got to get medical clearance. Pretty sure that Chris Eastwood is not going to take any further part in the meeting. But for any of the others, that just needs signing off. But here come our academy class then. So it is the 117. The 71 of Dan Goodman that leads them round. That's the one champion. So pole position then is the 117. Pole position then is the 117 of Reese Lennox, 71 of Daniel Goodman, and the A8 of Blake Wilson.
Can see there Reese Lennox sat on the front of the grid. He's on pole position for this one after managing to keep Daniel Goodman at bay for that first race.
Yeah, we saw Tyler Humphries lead this one. Obviously, we've got 2 classes of mini bikes here today. One that's using the full Supermoto circuit and one that isn't. And obviously, this is the one that is. And we did see that, unfortunately, Tyler Humphries was a DNF in the first one. So, as we point to the lights, and away they go. Clean start for everyone. Let's see who's taken the whole shot then. They make their way over the brown. It looks like Goodman's had a good poke down the inside of Lennox on the inside. So Humphries, if he's out in this one, he's going to have to come all the way from the back. And that will make it a little bit interesting, or more interesting. It was a good race in the first one. Like I say, Lennox and Goodman had a pretty good go at it, but it is our race leader then, 71 Daniel Goodman, down the far end of the circuit for the first time.
All riders looking like they're getting through okay, so no fallers on this first lap. They can be very busy, especially with such a full grid.
So that's the might be young Liam Pearson out there on the 150, but our race leader then into the off-road for the first time. Like I say, these guys getting 2 bites of the cherry this weekend, an off-road layout and a non-off-road layout. But full send, actually inch perfect there from the 71 of Goodman. So Lennox there in second on the 117 Yamaha. I did throw some confusion in yesterday. We saw him out there on a 150 Honda at one point. Not quite sure what went on there. Well, they passed the place where Jay Smith lost the rear end of his Humber Garage Racing Honda in the first one. So Lennox then head down. Quite surprised that Goodman, for somebody that, like I say, he's all fully road raced up there, and he's part of, I believe that he is part of the Vision Track Academy. Again, don't have a lot of information on some of these academy guys, because when you're in the pits and they haven't got their helmets on, all they are is just small children whizzing around on push bikes. Although, to be fair, here at Rowrah, that's not allowed during race time. Oh, tumble then, Lennox. Looks like he just went down in the background. So Lennox just looked like he may have took the front there in the background. So race leader then, the number 71 then of Daniel Goodman. Blake Wilson will inherit second position. Humphries already up to fourth.
Yeah, Taylor Humphries making a really good move from the back of the grid after that DNF with the, I think it was a mechanically... Was it the mechanical he had?
It was a mechanical he had. He just came to the end of what was good, what would be like turn 2 off the start, about 3 laps in, and he just we just saw him raise his hand and pull off to the side of the circuit. So whatever that was, it wasn't terminal, because he's out there in this one and he is on a charge at the moment. Now up to third.
Our faller Reece Lennox was up and walking, so I think he's just going to sit the rest of this race out.
Oh, here they are then. So Goodman then over the table. You'll suddenly wonder why he's got such a massive lead. But he may well have seen Lennox on the ground in that off-road section. But giving that 85 everything it's got down the straight there, hard on the brakes. These guys getting these suspensions set up on these mini bikes for this mini bike Supermoto. So Humphries then not as fast as our race leader on that last lap, but he is coming through traffic, and of course he will have had to deal with the barriers and such like that were strewn over the circuit from where the number 117 of Reece Lennox ended up on the floor. But Lennox up and sitting up off shot. We've got a good view of that from our vantage point here in the corner of the cafe. Oh, nice shot there from the pit lane. As we see then the number 8 of Blake Wilson.
Goodman now extended his lead to 7 seconds over Blake Wilson, so he is pulling quite a sizable gap now.
So this is the battle for second then. Wilson then currently holding on the number 8. And I have a feeling that is a 65 that he's on, because it does look a lot smaller than the bike behind him. I will stand corrected. The exhaust pipes on them are quite different as well. And it does look like the smaller engine bike, so I would expect to see that Humphries is going to blast by in a straight line. Indeed he does, so that underlines the fact that we've got 2 different classes. But you can see the smaller bike, Danielle, no slower around the corners.
No, these Academy riders, I feel, make up a lot of their time by carrying so much corner speed, which means their lap times again would put them very well into the C's with these 101 and 103 lap times.
And again, it's one of them things where the smaller bikes suit these smaller tracks. It's when the riders, big mistake there from Humphries, he locked the rear. I have to say that for the speed that he showed on the normal kart circuit yesterday, you can see that he's really uncomfortable in the off-road. And so this is where kind of Supermoto, the kart circuit boys, the road race boys, the motocross boys, the motocross guys always look far more comfortable in the off-road. But unfortunately, with the amount of off-road that we have available to us here in the UK, it's difficult for these guys to get a lot of practice on it. But Humphries then up to second. Let's see what the gap is. It's about 7 or 8 seconds last time by, and just on cue, our graphic shows that it was an 8-second gap. So he's going to have to do 2 seconds a lap. Is Tyler Humphries then to chase down our race leader Daniel Goodman. This is where just having that little bit of technique. Is he getting up this step, or is he oh yeah, it's clearing that absolutely inch perfect, and you see just dropping the back wheel right on the top means he's back on the power straight away.
Yeah, that little knuckle on top of the step up can sort of catch a few people out, even on the bigger bikes. It can sort of throw you forward. So he's landing with that back wheel in perfect position to get the power down straight away. So still 8 and a bit seconds then the gap to our race leader Goodman. We're concentrating on the chase rider. He's willing that bike, changing gear with every muscle of his body there, all arms and legs and everything. But he's come right from the back of the grid, and he's see him then short shifting even on an 85. Whether he's still got a problem, whether it was a transmission issue and he's having the bike jump out of gear, that's only a guess. But I think he'll take this a bit steady. I think we may have a rider down. Yep, back up. I think that was the number 150 of Liam Pearson there. He is up and walking.
Just a tangle of bars in the off-road by the looks of it. The race leader then back on screen, now well into the back markers.
Also looked like the 117 of Reece Lennox may have just rejoined, so we might just be going out to check the bike's okay and just finish this race off on a bit of a high.
Yeah, we'll just make sure to never hurts just if you're physically okay, just to give the bike a lap to make sure that nothing's wrong with it. We don't have the issues with oil droppage from these 2 strokes as you would if it was a 4-stroke road racer. But this is our race leader then, Goodman, and the gap has gone out. So I think that Humphries does have a bike issue.
If he does have a bike issue, I feel he is still managing it really, really well.
So 10.9 now. So I'll say Humphries has given everything he's got, but our graphics showing last lap, but we've not got a last lap flag out on circuit as yet. So Goodman then fighting his way through this traffic, and
again, I don't think he'll make any sort of risky moves getting past this lap traffic. He'll know he's quicker than them, and he won't want to make any sort of risky moves. Taking it nice and steady.
So the 40 then of Archie Ormrod.
Oh, it looks like he's pulled over.
He's got a problem. So our race leader then has stopped at the side of the circuit. So it's all... So it did look like he was having a few issues. So our race leader then...
I think he may have been pointing at the bars, so I'm not sure if that was brake or clutch.
I think that's clutch issue. So all of a sudden then, the 191 of Tyler Humphries finds himself at the front. Camera at the moment, that is the number 3. That is in fact, that looks like that might be somebody out on a different bike. So we'll change at the front then, as Andy then gets ready to put out the last lap flag, to which will now be our new race leader, Tyler Humphries.
Tyler Humphries there now behind the 125 of Isabel Wingate, just gone right up round the inside of her. Nice move, following her teammate. Looks like Lily Rhodes.
So race leader then. Last lap flag is out.
Last lap.
Oh, okay. So Humphries then leading by 1.3. And here he is on the final circuit, Tyler Humphries. Just making his way down the hill for the final time. Like I say, Hills makes things interesting and difficult to follow when you have a rider disappear from the front. But here he is then. So Andy gets the checkered flag out for the 191.
He looked pleased with that. I think that'll make up for that DNF in race 1.
So Wilson then comes across the line second, and where is Goodman going to come in?
Looks like he's coming around this last corner now in a 3rd position.
So he comes across the line then in 3rd. So that in 5th. Then Rip Jennings then showing there in 5th. So so that's a good ride from Jennings. Cunningham actually coming across the line in 5th, Jennings in 6th. So that's Charlie Cunningham, then another rider on a 65.
Good ride from him. I think he likes this circuit through coming here with the other Championship British mini bikes. I think he's been here a couple of times, enjoys the track.
So let's say lots of different series to run with, but the Supermoto Championship then is the one that we're all most fond of. And we've got next round is June the 18th, I believe, is that weekend?
I think it is June the 18th, and we're at Crail. So
Crail
it'll be
in Scotland.
Long weekend.
So up there in near St Andrews, beautiful part of the world and a really, really nice circuit. And we'll be up there for that one. So that was our
also falls on
class.
Father's Day.
Oh, right.
So.
There's the thing.
So we've got our C Group riders now making their way to the holding area, ready for their second race. That first one was good, watching my teammate,
Yes,
Vin Diesel.
yes. Andy Goodsall then. He managed to... did he end up second or third in that one?
I think he finished second in that one. He
So
managed to hold off Neil Mellon.
He did. It was Neil Mellon that was all over him. I just couldn't remember whether he managed to hold on to second. I was just trying to picture the podium and see which one of them it was that went up. So Andy will find himself on the back of the B Group race. So here we have our podium then from our academy class. And this makes you realise how young these guys really are. There's a 08 of Blake Wilson. He's our second place finisher. First place then, the 191 of Tyler Humphreys. And third then after that mechanical that obviously slowed him quite considerably is the 71 of Daniel Goodman. And they will make their way back to the pits for tea and medals. Well, probably pop and medals. But so props to those guys. We'll see them again a little bit later on in the afternoon. But
so it is worth mentioning that the top two from race one have moved up to the Bs. So our front row includes Neil Meelan, who finished third in that first race. So we have Neil Meelan, Rick Owen, Dan Spencer and Clint Davies, followed by Andy Hayes, Farron Young, Michael Whittam and Sean Jones rounding out the top 10.
So it'll be interesting to see whether Dan Spencer can get amongst it in this one. We had a bit of a natter earlier this morning, and he's just like saying to me that he just seems to be just that little bit short. Or was somebody coming nipping up and spoiling the job for him? But he's been around a long while. I mean, he's still a reasonably young man. I know he's in his mid-30s, but he started racing as a teenager, and he's been around this Rowrah track probably more times than I have. But that Yamaha, not the freshest bike out there by any stretch of the imagination. So we'll see where he ends up going from P3 on the grid, I think you said there, Danielle.
Yeah.
So
he'll be starting P3 for this one. Also worth mentioning to see how both Andy Hayes and Farron Young and Clint Davies get on. So they were all having a good little battle in that last one. Also
note the 117 of Dave Spafford then, who was up there and in contention until he wasn't, when he just got I think he just got a little bit of target fixation as he on the back marker there as they went into that hairpin at the far end of the circuit, and he locked the rear up and ran off into the undergrowth and recovered to finish about 9th or 10th. Just have a look where we are. 3, 2 is it 3s? Oh no, it's 3s and 3s, so he's actually 10th on the grid. Got it in my head that it was thing. So the Tooth Fairy, who's that then?
So that's Tani Atwood. She's doing, I think it's dentistry or orthodontics.
Oh, cool, okay.
So the Tooth Fairy is quite apt.
So away they go then. Let's see who got the whole shot, and it looks like it went from pole position. So it was the 101 and Neil Meelan. Somebody having a good poke down the outside.
Looks
somebody
like Andy Hayes there.
That looks like somebody just took to the grass. That looked like that might have been Clint Davies. Well, this is all going to be a bit A bit tight for the first few corners, but it looked like Clint Davis just might have got a little nudge as they went down there into turn 2 and ended up on the grass, and then tried to save it but just slid off. And here they are then. So it is Meelan that leads. Second position is, can't quite make out who that is.
That looks like Rick Owen, followed by Andy Hayes. Then you've got Dan Spencer, Farron Young and Michael Whittam, with Dave Spafford there trying to get in the mix.
So Spafford then starting 10th, but everybody into the off-road for the first time.
Neil Meelan taking that inside line over up to the step up. Looks like he gained a bit of time by doing that as well.
Yeah, definitely. We saw that in a couple of other races. The guys who were prepared to give it the full send, managing to get some time. So, based on what we've seen from Neil Meelan in previous races, I would expect him just to gap these guys a little bit. I think Rick Owen is going to come under pressure from Andy Hayes, Dave Spafford shortly, and as a result, it will maybe, although a mistake then from our race leader. Then he ran very, very wide at the end of that back straight, and all of a sudden the 351 of Rick Owen is looking quite racy. Once a guy starts to ride away from you, it's easy to lose heart, but when he comes back up the track to you, all of a sudden you got a little bit more self-belief. A nice trackside camera there, but into the off-road then for the second time. A few guys going to the outside. We did see Duncan Wright.
Again, Neil making that time up through that dirt section, so if you can sort of keep it together through these next hairpins and that long straight, you might be able to open up a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, fairness to Rick Owen, it does look like he's got decent speed. Meelan looking not like he's out for a Sunday afternoon ride by any stretch of the imagination, but Owen able to close the gap. This is where he made the mistake in the last lap and just ran wide. And again, it is a really, really difficult corner. There's like 3 corners in one. Obviously now coming back the other way in this what is a cauldron, as we shall say, of rock here in at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. Malcolm Fell, the owner, putting lots and lots of time and effort into this. We're in that lovely building there that you've just seen in shot, and one of the premier facilities for kart racing, definitely in the north, and I would imagine that it's certainly one of the better ones in the country.
Again, just to make note, taking nothing away from these guys, it's worth mentioning that Neil Meelan has just done a best lap of a 1 minute and 1 second, which when we looked at our academy riders, that just shows just how quick those lads were going.
Oh, definitely, and that, again, that's nothing against these guys. It just shows you the level of talent of the youngsters that we do have here in our academy class. Is he still not on the tonneau?
So that looks like a shot from pit lane there as Dan Spencer comes through, followed by Farron Young and Michael Whittam. Neil Meelan there, still taking that inside line with now a bit more of a gap.
Right.
I had some great racing yesterday with Neil myself, so it's good to see him hopefully going on for a race win today.
Yeah, he has started to check out at the front now, Meelan. 1.9 the gap. So the battle then between Owen, Hayes, Spafford and Spencer for that final transfer spot into the B group. And this C group race C group race brought to you by Technative.
There's Rick Owen and Andy Hayes there. Small bit of a gap now between Neil Meelan and Rick Owen, but it looks like a 4-rider battle between 2nd and 5th. There's Rick Owen going for that inside line. Andy Hayes with quite a lot of off-road experience taking that outside line, hoping to gain some time. Now I know Andy Hayes also races rallies, so he races rally bikes around the world, so in like places like Morocco. So that off-road experience will be paying dividends.
Always fancied to go at that myself, but it's one of them things that looks great to watch on TV, but never really have the proper stones to kind of commit to doing that. The Bathmate replay. Oh,
some synchronised wheelie.
Synchronised wheelie. So
I was hoping someone caught a rare moment of me getting the front wheel up yesterday, but I don't think I was that lucky.
So battle then for second position between Owen and Andy Hayes.
Just starting to come up on back markers now. That looks like the 841 of May Chalice. She's doing well. She's improving from yesterday and building on her time. There's Farron Young and Michael Whittam making their way into the dirt section. Both opting to take that outside line. Not quite as clean over the step up, I have to say. They seem to both be clipping it there. I know Farron is on a borrowed bike and also still probably recovering from his injury from round 1.
But Hayes has indeed made the pass, and he had a bit of an off in the off-road yesterday, so good to see him back out there and having a go. So he moves into second, with Owen now demoted to third.
If the result stays as they were, that would put Rick Owen on pole for the final race, but I'm sure he'd rather make his way to that B race for the final. Although Andy does have a lot of off-road experience, he does sort of ride with that sort of hanging off the bike style.
Yes, he's very much a road racer, and he just said he's parked next to us in the pits. He was saying he's enjoying this, but he's just struggling to get his style adapted. It takes a lot of changes to get the Supermoto style nailed down, but he's already started to pull away then from Rick Owen and Dan Spencer. There's the 236 of Spencer then on the Yamaha, down behind the bars. Again, difficult, doesn't show the level of acceleration and braking when you've got that head on, but those guys are travelling at quarter rate of knots. Spencer then trying everything he can just to try and get on terms with the 351. Here he goes, he's going to have a bit of a look around the outside into the pit turn. Not quite close enough. Really difficult to make a pass around there. But Milan then already through to start another lap. This is Hayes in second.
Andy Hayes has actually taken that gap down to 1.5 seconds, so it was previously 2 between him and Neil Mellon. So I'm wondering if Neil's maybe struggled getting through that lap traffic and it's held him up slightly. But yeah, he doesn't have much of a gap to be able to make any mistakes between now and the finish flag.
Well, it's only 3 laps to go, so if you can keep picking away at this, if you can do another second, I think, in the next lap, all of a sudden the next bit will come straight away because he'll see him and he'll drag himself onto the back. But Spencer then fallen away from the battle of Owen, so we've lost Spencer somewhere, or unless he just got caught behind that back marker. But Spencer then has fallen away. So the battle for third then has fizzled out a little bit. Owen has a quick look over his shoulder, but there's nobody there at all. So
yeah, it looked like Dan maybe got caught up with Emin Ayaz just coming round. He went round the outside of him on that last corner. So I think with only 2 laps to go, he may struggle to make that gap up to Owen again now.
So the battle at the front then, Milan and Hayes down to a second. It's going to be tight. We look at Rick Owen in third. Battle we need to be seeing is the one at the front because it's getting close, and there we are, right on cue. So there is the 101 of Neil Milan, and just in the background is the number 99 of Andy Hayes.
Be interesting to see what the gap is now coming round. I don't know if Neil will know he's quite as close yet. You can see that it's last lap flag, so I'm assuming Neil will now try and ride as defensively as possible to try not to make a mistake on this last lap.
Note to see that Andy went wide there, and that was where he went down yesterday. But I think that Neil's got this one covered off, and obviously Andy will know that he just needs to not put it into the undergrowth, and he'll go up to the B final for the final race of the day for him. But, so race leader then, 101 of Neil Meelan. And the gap then between Owen and Spencer for third and fourth, that's 5 seconds, so that's no longer a battle of any description.
Neil coming round to this final corner. Andy doesn't look close enough to even attempt to move, so it looks like it'll be Neil Meelan and Andy Hayes moving up to the B group for the final race of the day.
It will indeed. So then for the 101 of Neil Meelan, second then 99 Andy Hayes, and third 351 Rick Owen. They will be your podium guys. The rest of the guys coming through then. A mini bike action here at the back, just shows you the corner speed that these small bikes have. So Spencer comes across the line in fourth, Spafford fifth, Farron Young sixth, and Michael Whittam seventh. Then the 501 of Chris Hayes, and 10th place will go to the 164 of Sean Jones. So here we are then, our podium forms, and handshakes all round as always. Amazed that these guys can lift the bikes onto the stand, and some of them are taking 2 or 3 attempts and needing a bit of a hand, but give them a chance to get their breath back. Obviously we are part next to Andy Hayes in the pit, so I know what he looks like with the other two guys. Oh yes, indeed. Yes, well, obviously we saw Neil on the podium in the first one, so he's going to take first in this one, and he will move up to the B final for the final group of races of the day.
Both Neil and Rick on the podium makes me feel quite nice. It's good to see both Rick and Neil on the podium. It makes me feel quite nice after racing with both of them yesterday on some good battles. So it's nice to know that maybe if I was riding, I could be there.
Yeah. But obviously, I'd rather have you here by my side. So that was Rick Owen in third and second place.
On the grid, we've now got race B with, it looks like, Dean Wingate on pole.
So the British Supermoto B brought to you by Automotive Solutions then. So Craig Forshaw and Paul Rhodes, the two riders that went up from the race earlier on today. So Dean Wingate, Chris Walker and Blaine Pearson, then your front row. Second row, then the 666 of Darryl Pennington on the Automotive Solutions. Husqvarna, the 255 of Kyle Eccleston on the Bathmate KTM. Fresh bike for Eccleston this weekend that he's getting used to.
So from this race in race 1, we had Craig Forshaw and Paul Rhodes finishing first and seconds respectively. Therefore they will be at the back of the A group race 2.
So something to watch in it for this one, Danielle. Obviously we've got James Wood and Seth Gibson at the back of the grid. Obviously Gibson Alan Mayer went down early on, who had a problem, so he's right at the back of the grid. And James Wood, he came up from the C group race after having a problem in qualifying. Obviously your teammate Andy Goodsall, he will probably not make the progress through this standard of field. It's not say it's the way that all the times work out. If you're on the back, if you win the C's, then your pace by definition is already slower than the guys on the in the B groups.
Another rider to keep an eye on was Chris Walker. Again, a great start at the start of that first race, but dropped off a little bit like we saw yesterday. So I'm wondering again, was that fitness or was that a bike issue?
I think it was a little bit of fitness, but we will. It remains to be seen.
So we're now under starters orders. There's my teammate Andy Goodsall starting from the back of the grid alongside James Wood, who both finished first and second in the first C race respectively. Big stretch.
So Andy then making himself ready. So Andy making himself ready then as we look from the back of the grid. Here we go then. We wait for the lights to change. Our B group, race 2, green flag from the back of the grid. Away they go. Let's see who's made the whole shot. That does look like Chris Walker. So Walker then has taken the whole shot. Who's there in second? That's Wingate second. Third place then. That looks like it's between Pennington.
And that looks like Blaine Pearson.
So Blaine Pearson making a good start then. So Pearson having a good run.
Chris Walker maybe possibly running a little bit wide there, backing it into that bottom corner, but making it through without losing a position. Looks like Wingate's managed to make the move past. See if he can try and start to put the hammer down and pull a gap on Chris Walker. Blaine Pearson getting very close.
Now the riders make their way through the pit turn then for the first time. All leaders will be into the off-road. And it is Dean Wingate that leads. But Walker there in second. Third place then is the 151 of Pearson. Pennington fourth, Eccleston fifth, Baxter sixth. Luca Jennings 475 in seventh. But Wingate it is then, already starting to check out at the front. Say he was unlucky not to make his way out of this one in the previous race, but Walker comes across the line then under our commentary point into the off-road. Tripz.UK boss Chris Walker on that KTM.
More big sends over that step up again, pulling a gap over Blaine Pearson there.
So a motocross background then for the 155 of Chris Walker, and he is like I say, he's going to be one of the guys that's going to be with me next weekend at the British Vets Motocross Championship at Toddington. We're all going to try and do our very best to relive our motocross youth. But Wingate then starting to go away at the front.
A little bit further behind his shot, it looks like Kyle Eccleston's trying to put the pressure on the 666 of Darrell Pennington.
But Walker then still holding off Pearson as they come into the off-road. And again, you're not going to make an easy pass on Chris Walker anywhere, but you're certainly not going to do it in the off-road. Again, full send for our second place man then, Chris Walker.
Using all of the track there as he exited the chicane. Just taking a quick look over his shoulder to see that it is Blaine there. He hasn't got much breathing room at all.
No, we like to say you can't make much of a mistake around this Rowrah circuit and expect to not be punished. Pearson then having a look down the inside of Walker. Walker gives him a little bit of racing room, but chops across the front. Pearson then just got out of that, but he'll have a feeling now that if he can get out that corner the next lap, that Walker's going to be fit for having a bit of a pass. So the 151 off Blaine Pearson then. Only usually rides one day, don't see him on ride on a Saturday. He supports his son on a Saturday and then rides himself on a Sunday, which we do see quite a lot of people doing.
Looks like Blaine makes his time up round that end section. Really gets all over the back of Chris going into the dirt, but then loses a little bit of time with how far Chris sends it over that step up.
The Darrell Pennington, Kyle Eccleston battle just starting to inch towards them. So this is the point where Walker's not particularly quick into this hairpin here. So if Pearson can get onto the back of Walker, which he does, and get a good drive out of here, Walker has a look. So Pearson is going to motor by. Walker kind of gave him that, I think.
Chris knew he was there, didn't shut the door on him too aggressively. Plenty of space between them. But I think Blaine may try and pull away. Their lap times are very close, whereas Blaine is doing a 58.2 compared to Chris Walker's 58.6. So I think he may start to form a little bit of a gap.
So Pearson then up to second. That will put him into the final race of the day that we will bring you later on. As we see the battle then between Pennington and Kyle Eccleston, which is fighting its way onto the battle for second and third. They will be all over the back of Chris Walker shortly. Eccleston backing in. He's a fresh bike, we said, new KTM this weekend. Always takes a few races just to get yourself dialed in to a new bike. The extra power and the way that everything's fresh and new brakes, but you've got to have a feeling with the bike, and it's very, very difficult to push until you're fully comfortable. They make their way down the hill round the right-hander at the bottom.
Speaking to Darrell Pennington, he's also had some mechanicals during the week previous. He had a gearbox bearing go, I think it was,
yes,
the week before this round. So he's spent the last week up till whatever hours in the evenings rebuilding that engine, and it was only practice yesterday he knew if it was going to run.
Yeah, in fairness to him, he didn't get a chance to turn a wheel with it, just came to the circuit with it knowing that it at least started and went. And but he had a good day yesterday and he's having a good day today. But here is second place then, Blaine Pearson. Dean Wingate just in the distance there. He's already checked out to the tune of 3.3 seconds. But Pennington then not able to get on terms with the 155 Tripz.UK KTM of Chris Walker. Walker just slides in a little bit wide.
Pennington looking a lot closer there into that bottom corner.
He's just broken away from Kyle Eccleston just a smidge. But when you know you've got a rider on your tail, you automatically defend, and it costs you time. You're not concentrating on the chase, you're also concentrating on not leaving room for the rider behind to make themselves known where you don't need them to be. But there's Walker then. Nice pop into there. And those hard landings, then you've got to have decent wheels underneath you to stand those. And I think Chris has kind of regrouped a little bit as we watch Walker then tight around the inside from the other view. Up, look across at the camera. The photographer there on the bank, a few people taking pictures. But he's enjoying himself, says he's loving his racing. Great to be back in the Supermoto paddock. He's got a lovely setup there, nice truck, three of them under that awning normally, although they have a rider out injured this weekend. And obviously you're up to speed, so you'll remember his name, because I couldn't yesterday.
That was Jason Slater,
yeah.
Hurt his shoulder at round 2.
Yeah. So Jason Slater, they're not with us. Number 51, I think. So he's the third rider in that team. But
he's currently in sunnier than here, surprisingly, America, watching some motocross over there. But he was actually quite glad to sit this one out after having a previous injury here last year in the wet in a race that I was with him in, which is unfortunate. It caused a red flag. So
a decent little setup that they've got there, although little is doing it a disservice. It is a proper rig that they're running out of. So Gibson then has made some good progress up to 10th. As we get, we're going to get a pass there. No, Walker shuts the door. So Pennington then and Walker, this is the battle. The other front two are gone. Carl Eccleston then not able to run the pace of these two. So I think that if Pennington knew that he got a little bit more clear track behind him, he would be doing his level best to maybe use a little bit more track, knowing that Eccleston is not right on his tail. So let's see then what happens this time. Walker then good round this section, good in the off-road, decent into this corner, but it's the next little bit that he just seems to lose a little bit of time. Not so much, although Pennington is there again. Not close enough to put a pass on our race lead. There's a third place rider then, Walker. As we see Pearson already disappeared in the distance. Across the line, start another lap. But there is your race leader, the 125 of Dean Wingate. He came through from way back on row 10 yesterday to find his way back into the A final after a crashing pick in the pit lane corner. But the man from the northeast, again here with his family, part of the RWJ set up with him and Paul Rhodes. Obviously Rhodes already making it through into the A final last time of asking by finishing in the top two, as we watch our battle between Walker and Blaine Pearson coming off the off-road courtesy of the Bathmate replay. And this battle is going all the way to the end, and whilst this may not result in either of these guys going to the A final, what it does mean that for the final race of their day, we will one of them will be on pole position, and currently that is the 155 of Chris Walker. So Pennington just having a bit of a nudge down the inside. Does he need to keep his powder dry to have a run here? Oh, Walker slid wide. Pennington tries to cut back. Walker chops his nose off. It really is an awful corner from a motorbike point of view, that one. There's so many different apexes. Really, really easy to get it wrong. And as Walker drifted wide round the first one, the track suddenly closed off. But then last lap flag is out. So the 125 of Dean Wingate is going to, well, he's got further than he did last time he led one of these, and I promised I weren't going to give him too much stick about this, but he did peak early a little bit at T-side, was thrown off by a yellow flag that was waved from the race control from at our start-finish line for a stop bike, and actually checked up a lap early and missed out on a chance of an easy win, but a win. But he's not going to do that today. He's been really, really good this weekend. Nice celebratory wheelie for him as well, and he will round pit lane, has a look over at the crowd, and he will take victory then in this second B race. Second place will go to the 151 of Pearson, and they come across the line. Oh, that's tight. Oh, I think they've both gone straight up there. And Pennington gets it on the line. Pennington got that on the line. Well, the closest to margin, so he will start from pole position. For race 3 this afternoon. So our B final race of the day then. We will see Daryl Pennington start from pole position. So we've just got somebody gone down in the off-road after the finish, so we'll just need to deal with that. That will give us a little bit of time to get our podium sorted and hopefully get across to Danielle, who's up there in pit lane. And but that was a cracking race, and Pennington and look, it's a 475 of Luca Jennings that went to ground there. Okay, so we've got Danielle Koenig down there in Parc Fermé, and let's see who she's got for a pre-race interview.
So we're here with Dean Wingate, who finished first in that B race. So you'll be moving to the A's for the final race. I'm sure you're happy about that.
Yeah, well, I'll be trying to get in there all day, so if I can get in for the last race of the day, I'm happy. No problem, happy.
You did some great moves on the opening laps.
Yeah.
You managed to check out a bit at the front.
Yeah, well, that's it. I'm an old man, I get tired easy, so if I can get a gap and keep a gap, I'm happy. That's what I need to do. Get a gap, pull away, and then just kept looking back, seeing where Blaine was. He wasn't catching me, so...
Yeah, quite a few people there struggled with, I think, fitness, tired, the heat as well.
Yeah.
Also, people struggling with the front brake. It's really hard on front brakes here today.
Foils brakes, dead easy around here. So, but luckily, I've got quite a good front brake, so I'm all right. Get away with that.
Well done. Good luck for the final A race.
Thank you very much.
So I'll go back to you, Phil. I think we've got the A group riders. We'll see if we can catch a few words with a couple of them. See if I can grab Chris Hodgson. So you're ready to go out for race 2?
Yeah.
Good race 1. You sort of didn't have the pace to catch up with Jay. But again, anything different for race 2?
Yeah, I felt good in race 1. You know, I just sat on the Storm's back wheel, just waiting for one of them to make a mistake. And yeah, unfortunately, Jay's went down. He can't ride for the rest of the day. But like I said, I felt good in race 1, and hopefully can get in front of Storm in this one.
Yeah, Storm said he felt like he had quite a lot of corner speed in the middle of the corner, but couldn't get the power coming out. Do you think there's any way you can use that to your advantage?
Yeah, I think that's just the different characteristics of the bike. You know, we've got completely different gearing. We've just been talking about it there, so hopefully I've got a bit of an advantage over him now.
Good luck. It is your home track, so expecting big things.
Thank you.
So I think we're going to try have a chat with Richard Sharp, possibly. Richard, any chance for a quick chat?
Yep.
So we know it's your first year in the over 45s, but you're still going as quick as ever.
Trying my best for a 45-year-old, yeah. Going well. Enjoying it. Track's brilliant. Race is really close, so yeah, it's a good day.
Yeah, so we all know that you've got style for miles, and these hairpins are back it in absolutely everywhere, so I'm sure there's some cracking footage of that.
Yeah, we're trying to look as best.
Style for miles.
Keep up with everybody, but we're trying as best.
Yeah. Have you made any changes to the bike between race 1 and race 2?
Just put a new rear tyre in, so hopefully try and keep up with them front boys a bit easier. So
Michelin or Metzeler?
Metzler.
Gone for a Metzeler.
Gone for a Metzler.
Oh, well, good luck for race 2.
Thank you very much.
So I think we're getting ready for these to get ready to back out on track. I think we may possibly have a little bit of a track incident. I'm not sure if they're tidying up. We might try catch a word with Alex, who's our under 21s champion. Alex?
Yes.
So you're our under 21 champion from last year. How's your season going so far?
I'm having a bit of mare so far this year, but Wigan had a good round. I think I was P4 overall. But so far, just struggling a bit. I haven't really got the pace for this track. there ain't much between top 10 riders, but I don't know, I'm P10 starting, so hopefully I can get in the top 8 and start on pole.
Yeah, we were actually saying that the top 8 in that first race, for most of it, were all on a 55-second lap. So between 8 riders, tenths of seconds is absolutely nothing. But have you made any changes between race 1 and race 2?
Yeah, race 1 I was on the old bike, the 22. Then the fork guard snapped off on the start, so I didn't have a nose shot. So we've gone back to the 23 bike for this race, and hopefully we can do a bit better.
Oh, well, good luck for that. So I know this is a bike that's prepared by Dave Barrington. I know he'll probably have fettled it very well, even though it is a new bike. But do you notice many differences between the 22 and the 23?
Yeah, the 23 is a bit, I don't know, Dave's just trying to work on it and get it up to where it needs to be. But the 22, he's had quite a lot of time to get that bike to where it is. But yeah, massive thanks to Dave for what he does for me and all the other sponsors like AIM Technologies, everyone out there. It's really appreciated.
Yeah, and you've also had the help of Chris Hodgson. He's been a really good mentor, I'd say, to you for the last few years, being your teammate. And it's really great to see how much you've progressed. So you started in the academy. Our academy races here today, we've actually been commenting on how their lap times would put them well in the C's.
Yeah. I think when I was on the 85 here, I'd have got in the C's as well. But yeah, they're all flying. Thanks to Chris for bringing me on a few years ago. Yeah, we're just getting there slowly.
Yeah, no, well, good luck for race 2. So I'm not quite sure who we can try and catch. I think we're going to have a look in the paddock. See if we can catch someone. We've got Jay Smith. Hi, Jay. Can we have a little chat? How are you?
I'm okay. Bit upset, but it is what it is. Really happy with the speed, really happy with qualifying, felt really comfortable. The back end come round, and unfortunately when I stood up, one of the other riders just hit me, spun me over, and then I was unconscious for a few seconds. So the medical guys have said that it's probably best if I don't carry on the day, which sort of, I've got to respect their decision. It's my safety and it's all my friends' safety as well at the end of the day. So but I was happy, I was on the pace, and I was happy with the way I was riding, so it's all good.
Yeah, you rode really, really well yesterday as well, so I'm sure it is extremely frustrating.
It is.
But unfortunately, if the medics have said you're going to have to sit this one out, we've got to respect their decision.
Especially this track, I've always been up there, and I've sort of never been able to sort of feel that comfortable. But over the course of the whole weekend, I just felt like this track was just so much fun to ride, so demanding, but the bike was absolutely just super glued to the tarmac. Apart from that, obviously that one little bit there, but...
Which one were you on? Were you on the 22 bike, the Mark
2020 model. So the boys are working hard to get the 22 model to try and get a good feeling ready for Crow. So, but it doesn't do well for the championship, but it's like I say, it's not over yet, but we're still going. No,
absolutely. We know you had some issues at round 1 as well. Yeah. There was a bit of difficulty there with the red flagging incident, but...
It seems to be the reason for a lot of red flags this year.
That's never a good thing. But I think the riders have just been given the all clear to get ready, take tyre warmers off. So they're getting ready. I'm sure you'll be watching this one with bated breath.
Yeah, we're going to go watch the start, and then we're going to get back to the wife and kid. So,
well,
thank you.
See you later, Jay.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So I'll go back to you, Phil. They're all just taking their tyre warmers off now and making their way down to the grid.
Okay, Danielle there in pit lane. Fantastic work. Managed to get a chat with Jay Smith and find out what went on there. So Jay not able to take his place on the grid due to the medical officer deeming that him being unconscious at the side of the track, even though it was for a short while. The concussion protocol these days it's pretty strict. It needs to be strict. We're seeing sportsmen with injuries from concussions, and it's one of those things that you never can take a chance with. But British Supermoto A then brought to you by Sheen's projects as we wait for our riders then to get themselves sorted and on the grid. There they are. So it is Storm Stacey then who was won that first one on count back. I say Jay Smith, good to see that he's there and in good spirits. He's He's a good mate of mine, as are a lot of these guys in this A race. We helped Jay out in Germany a couple of seasons ago. I said a couple of seasons ago. It's almost 10 years now, and he's been banging away trying to win this British Championship almost ever since. Come close a lot of times, and looks like he's going to have his work cut out for him this year to make that happen. But we look there at the 61 then of Andy Mitchell, and then the 42 of Oliver Holmes on the KTM, the man from the Channel Islands, now living in Scotland. Jack Nation then, son of former factory Norton road racer Trevor, who's obviously here with his little boy. He is an absolute giant, 6'4", 6'5", I would have thought. Obviously Trevor, not a small guy himself, but Jack getting to the point now where in the tight off-road section, he's struggling to keep his legs out of the barriers. So Storm Stacey then on pole position. Always the joker, but he's a top guy. Good to have him in the paddock. Chris Hodgson then, Automotive Solutions. Husqvarna, he'll feel the pressure off a little bit with Jay Smith unable to race. It's taken the pressure off him then. We've got Richard Blakeman. Here we go then. Away they go. It looks like it's Hodgie that's got the whole shot this time. Oh, Stacey round the outside, sends it wide like he did in the last one. Oh, we got a faller in the inside there. Quite sure who that was. Richard Sharp then up the inside of Blakeman. Both of them backing it in for all they're worth. But it is Hodgson then that leads from Stacey, from Richard Sharp, from Blakeman. That looks like that might be Dean Hillier there in 5th position. So Hillier making a cracking start as well.
Yeah, Dean here last time had a bit of a mare, big crash down that bottom corner. I think he broke both thumbs, arms. Oh, but he's really good to recover, and he's having a really good weekend as well. And the last time I raced Dean Hillier here, I ran him over in the just underneath where we're stood now. So Dean obviously not got the best of memories, but he's having a proper good go, although he just manages to make a mistake and get nerfed out by JD. But here's our race leader, then Chris Hodgson. Richard Sharp there will fancy a bit of this, put a new back tyre in, and he will fancy himself against both Hodgie and Storm Stacey. New level of confidence for the Bathmate Husqvarna rider. C-Sharp Builders sliding it in there, getting that bike nice and sideways. Stacey on the other hand riding road racer style and knee down. Hodgson covering off, he'll know that it's Storm Stacey that's going to be all over him. He'll be looking for the shadows into the pit turn this time. Stacey then trying to make a bit of a move around the outside. They've just started to gap Richard Blakeman a tiny amount. 1.5 seconds. In fact, Blakeman is still right there. So is Stacey going to try and force the same kind of error? Oh, look at that around the outside of Hodgson. But he can't get it stopped. Hodgie shows him the edge of the track. Stacey's going to come back at the inside of him. No, he doesn't. Hodgie just closes the door nice and gently. That was classic racing, that. Very, very close racing. Bold to see Storm trying to make a move right around the outside there. Quite often people go for the inside on those hairpins. Well, the thing for me with Storm Stacey is he will try and make a pass, and he tries to look down the inside again, but he tries not to make a risk
The outside pass, always my favourite, because if you get it wrong, it's only you that's going to end up in the gravel trap. And so the pressure of taking somebody else with you is kind of withdrawn a little bit. But Storm Stacey then is much improved through this off-road section. That style of his through the off-road, he's just getting that back wheel down. So Hodgson actually rode around the outside of him in that corner yesterday, which was fantastic. But Stacey's just trying to keep himself in Hodges' peripheral vision, letting him know he's there. That's just starting to pull a little bit away. Hodgson's made a mistake. Is this Stacey's chance down the inside?
It looks like it. If we can get it stopped. Looks like he has done. He's made the move stick. So will Chris now try and make a move up the inside into this bottom? No, he's not.
Well, I think that Storm Stacey now is going to do his best to try and check out. Obviously, he's not able to ride all of the rounds in this championship, so he comes here and rides for the fun of the sport. So whilst he is certainly a contender for race wins, he's not a championship contender simply because he can't do all the rounds. Hodgie will know that, but he can't let off too much because Richard Sharp is there in the background. They're broken away from Richard Blakeman, and Richard Sharp is doing everything that he can do.
Storm currently with the fastest lap of a 54.0.
As the pass down the inside, Storm Stacey bats it right in front of Chris Hodgson. The Bathmate replay. So Blakeman 4th, Jamie Duncan 5th, then a gap back to Dean Hillier and Oliver Holmes in 6th and 7th. Andy Mitchell was in 8th, but he's just gone down in the off-road, so Mitchell then dropping out of 8th. That will put the 58 of Craig Forshaw up into an excellent 8th position. And obviously we're a bit lighter riders in this one. We've lost Chris Eastwood and Jay Smith, so we haven't got the number of riders that we would have had. But Hodgie's not giving up on this. He'll know when to chase. And again, we've seen Storm Stacey have brake problems. This obviously we didn't go far enough in the first one, but yesterday, 6 or 7 laps in, Storm Stacey started to have issues with the brakes on that Automotive Solutions husky. They did do some work on it overnight. I think they put new pads, replaced the fluid. I think they might even tried a new caliper on it. So we'll see how that pans out.
A lot of the riders now switching to twin brakes. So I think that'll be what Chris Hodgson's running on his. I think he's got a twin Cobra setup. Yes, I was fortunate enough to have Cobra brakes a few years ago on my husky, courtesy of my good sponsor in Germany, Mark Simmons. Always fancied the look of those brakes, and they were absolutely spot on. And we ran them also on the 500 Honda that we ran, and did notice the difference, especially around a track like this with the weight of those smaller discs. Easier to turn the bike in, but the brake problems that Stacey had, he backed out of it because obviously he was struggling with not being able to stop with other riders in front of him. But if he can ride through this with nobody in front of him, he might be okay. Both Storm and Chris now have broken the 53-second barrier, so with Storm putting a fastest lap in of a 53.5.
So Hodgie's still close enough. A little bit faster on that lap. They've broken away from Richard Sharp then by 3 seconds now, and Sharp has a decent advantage there in 3rd. But it's the battle at the front. Hodgson then doing everything that he can to stay with Storm Stacey. It's fair to say that gap back to Richard Blakeman of 6 seconds as we watch the replay, with Stacey backing it in on the knee. Ridiculously talented young rider, and obviously if you follow him on his Instagram, you'll see his exploits in the superbike paddock as well. He's at the very top level of the sport in this country. Worked his way through quite a bit of adversity to get there as well, so thoroughly likeable guy. He was out on the track yesterday picking up litter, which says a lot about the way that he is wired up. So he comes out of the off-road. Looks like we're already going to be into traffic again. That's the 61 of Andy Mitchell. So Andy tipped off in the off-road. That's his second crash in the off-road this weekend. Just took the front on the way in the transition, just caught the gravel on the inside the first time. I can only assume that he did the same again this time. But he's back up and running, currently showing in 14th. Hodge is still within a second as they came across the line last time. I think it's gone out a little bit more, but he's still in shot. It's like a battle with Paul Rhodes, Craig Forshaw on the Bathmate replay.
We've also got a battle for 4th and 5th going on between Jamie Duncan and Richard Blakeman. Them two are within tenths of a second of each other, about 0.3 of a second between them now.
But Stacey then, half look over his shoulder, and there is the battle between Blakeman backing it in. There's Blakeman and the Contract Solutions KTM of the number 7 of Jamie Duncan. I said he's by his high standards, Duncan, not having the best of weekends, but he's only a tick off from where he needs to be. But here we watch Stacey backing it in. This is what he comes to this race for, to get these techniques honed. You see a lot of these people on there, all the Spanish guys down in there in Andorra doing this day in, day out on the kart circuits, and this is what you need to be doing to hone your skills. And the gap at the front now, Storm Stacey 1.2 seconds advantage over Chris Hodgson, and they've absolutely checked out. Just watch the replay. That's the battle then between Hillier and Oliver Holmes, which is for 6th and 7th. So both of those boys going at it. But Stacey, they're just clipping a little bit as he caught the top of that tabletop. But Chris is trying to keep him honest. He won't want to give him this one. It's all for pride as anything else, because Chris, a reigning 17-time champion, Danielle, he won't want somebody coming into his backyard and stealing his laurels. But it's fair to say that the Superbike pedigree of Storm Stacey, he is the guy that Chris Hodgson was like 15 years ago. He's the young man, new guy on the block.
Chris will also be aware that Storm, in the big scheme of things, won't really matter to his championship. I'm sure he's very well aware that Jay is out, and Jay was around his next closest competitor for that championship, so the fact that Storm's in front of him, I don't think will be upsetting him too much.
Exactly that. Chris Hodgson is not a 17-time champion by taking risks that he doesn't need to take, and he will just be doing what he needs to do. But he hasn't given it up completely. He's got a big gap now over Richard Sharp, who for the similar reasons will not be hanging everything out. He's lost the toe on this front two, so he will just be taking that 3rd position and keeping his powder dry for the last race of the day, which he will start from the front row. The Blakeman-Duncan battle still going. But Hillier 6th, Oliver Holmes 7th, as our race leader then just squeezes up the inside of Ian Bremner on his number 34 on the Husqvarna.
Richard Blakeman not leaving an inch on the inside there for Jamie to even attempt to move up there.
So Ian Bremner, our rider of the day yesterday from north of the border, and again, didn't realise, because he's quite a young guy, I think.
Yeah, he's here with, I know he's brought his daughter along. She's been I think they've all been trying to encourage the young kids up in Scotland as well. But that's a new bike that he's on too. So Ian was riding TMs up in Scotland, but has made the switch to a newer Husqvarna. Cool,
so he had a good day yesterday, but obviously no match for Storm Stacey. He puts him a lap down, but there's no disgrace. It's a sub 50-second lap round here, or close to. What we on 53s, and Last lap flag is already out for Storm Stacey, so this is his final run around. A nice wheelie over the line, no doubt. So a win for Storm Stacey then. Second place across the line will be Chris Hodgson. And then the battle then, third will go to Richard Sharp, and the fourth and fifth place battle between Blakeman and Jamie Duncan. So that is your first 5 across the line, and then we wait for the battle between Dean Hillier and Oliver Holmes, as we see Storm Stacey and Chris Hodgson.
Andy Mitchell will be next over the line, however he is a lap down. So in 8th position is Alex Mullaney. And then we've got both Peter Bennett and Paul Rhodes now coming into this final corner. Peter there taking a look over his shoulder just to see what a gap he had. Followed finally by the 58 of Craig Forshaw.
Yeah, so that was a good battle then between Bennett, Rhodes and Forshaw, but Bennett managed to find his way to the front of that one. So we'll just wait then for our podium over the far side, and then we will be back on with our academy. So handshakes then from our first 3. Okay. So there are our top 3. Chris Hodgson doing the honours. Handing out. I know that Danielle is on her way down there to try and get a quick word with these guys. Like I say, we're over on the other side of the circuit. But Chris Hodgson then, the 35-year-old from Maryport, 17 times a British champion. And Danielle then winging her way down to interview our first 3 in our A group race 2.
Top 3 of that A race. Had a chat with all 3 of you beforehand. So, Storm took a win. Managed to do it. Round the outside, was it?
I can't remember, to be fair. No, Chris went a bit wide out of the hairpin, and I managed to get a good drive down the straight and come up the inside. And from then, to be honest, I said to Chris before the race, I said, if I can get to the front, or like we can get to the front, I said, I reckon we've got really good pace. And Chris has just showed me his dash there, and we've done a 53 summit. And I'm not sure what I did. I'm sure it was a 53. But I was joking with Phil, their mechanic, before, saying, I reckon we could do a 53. And we've done it. So, yeah, no, good race. I enjoyed it, as always.
So, looking at our lap screen, I think you did a 53.5 as the fastest.
Okay.
Yours was possibly a 53.6, but it was very close.
Yeah.
So again, you've got your lap score on there. It tells you what you're getting on.
Yeah.
Do you find it helps?
Yeah, it definitely helps for us in qualifying and stuff like that. But after the race, just looked down, seeing where it was. I thought, bloody hell, we're fair trapping on there. So, no, it was a good race. Little mistake from myself. Just tried to get on the power a bit early, and too much grip ran me wide out of a hairpin, and Storm got the inside. But, that was fine for me. Good opportunity to sit behind him and just pull away.
Yeah, we did comment how we know Storm can't do all the rounds, so we thought you'll probably be riding with your head there and not wanting to do anything risky, knowing that in the grand scheme of things it may have not mattered.
Yeah, I mean, my board man, he had on the board saying that I had a 10-second gap to Sharpie with maybe 5 laps to go, so then it was just kind of close the throttle and cruise round.
No, well done. We've also got Richard Sharp here, so not only did he take a third. Oh, I can check for you if you want, but I don't have my phone. I don't think you did a 53. But that was also winning the over 45 championship as well.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, yeah.
So, brilliant race for you.
Yeah,
all good?
I'm really pleased to keep up with these lads for 3 or 4 laps, and then they broke me, but I had a gap to blame, and so I just controlled that gap I had and fetched it home.
Yeah, it looked like both Blakeman and Duncan were having a little battle of their own behind you, but there was a good gap by the way. It's a little bit of a lonely race from the after.
Kept an eye on them, and like I say, they weren't gaining on me, so I was quite happy to keep doing that pace.
Well, we'll go back to Phil, as I think it's the mini bike non-championship race have just got underway.
Okay, thank you, Danielle. So that's our top 3 then from our A group race. We're just going to take a short break, I believe, and we'll be back after our non-championship race with the final group of races from the British Supermoto Championship here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club here at Rowrah. So we're probably just going to have a 10-minute break just to get our cameramen and everybody fed and watered, and then we will be back here in action with our final group of races for this afternoon. Okay then, so we've got a rider that's just needing some attention in the off-road section, which is currently going on. So we're just going to roll these guys back into the holding area, I believe, and we'll just take a short break. And then as soon as we are able, we will be back underway. So we'll take a short break, and as soon as we get the nod from race control that we're good to go again, we will be back on air. Okay, welcome back then to Cumbria Kart Racing Club, where we are just about to get back underway after a delay for an incident in our Youth Academy race, which has all been sorted out and riders been sorted. So we will be underway with our final C Group race of the day. And on pole position then will be the 351 of Rick Owen. British Supermoto C, brought to you by Technative, the people that are bringing you this live stream this weekend in conjunction with all the rest of our sponsors, Bathmate and Automotive Solutions, Sheen Projects, Tripz.uk, Motorhome Hire, all those people that are helping us make this live stream possible for all you people out there in motorcycle world. And there is the 351 of Rick Owen. Husqvarna then. Looks a fairly fresh bike. So again, lots of guys then just up in the ante. There's always some good second-hand stuff coming available as our top guys get some very, very high spec bikes built. They run them for a season as a number one bike and then maybe as a spare for a second season, and then they'll move them on, and those bikes will find their way into the hands of the guys and girls in our C Group class. And that also it kind of helps. It's a natural feeder. Same with tyres and all sorts of second-hand bits and bobs find their way down into the guys in the lower classes, which means that getting into Supermoto does look a bit expensive on the face of it, but some very, very good equipment can be had for not a lot of money if you do your shopping well. So so final group of races then, Danielle. We've seen some great racing so far this weekend. We've got Rick Owen, Dan Spencer and Dave Spafford on the front row. Spafford came from quite a long way back. In fact, Spafford's pulling off. Looks like he has a front wheel puncture, so the 117 of Dave Spafford's day goes from bad to worse. He had a bit of an issue in that other one. But I don't think he'll mind me saying that he's one of these guys who's just doing it on a shoestring. He's here with a car and a trailer and a tent and his mates and a bike that's probably, well, his bike's in the Evo class, so it's certainly not in the flush of youth. And he's here. He's a good 2 days racing here at Rowrah. Yeah,
he's had a good couple of races this weekend. Pushing up there at the sharp end of this race, especially. Earlier on today, he was going well. You can see the Tooth Fairy there. Tani Atwood sort of rounding out this back of this grid. I know her and her teammate May Chalice have got a little bit of friendly rivalry going into this race, so hopefully it'll encourage them both. There's May next to her on the grid as we get ready to go.
So here we go then. Away into turn one, and it does look like it was the 351 of Rick Owen that took the whole shot, but that's Spencer, it looks like, trying to find his way around the outside.
Farron Young also there. He's quite strong in these early laps. He did say he's been struggling a little bit with fitness after not doing the right lot for the last 5 weeks.
And most of the rest of his life. He's built like me, Fadge is. He's a man that's that definitely could do with a few hours in the gym, and I'm definitely that man as well. But he enjoys his sport, and he's, like I say, he's coming back from an injury, and he had a big off at Three Sisters, and he's coming back from that, and he's there in third position at the moment, getting quite lively behind the 236 of Dan Spencer.
Looks like we've got the 85 of Casey Hamby there in fifth, so showing that those smaller bikes are definitely quicker on this smaller circuit.
So Spencer then sends it up the step up, and Farron Young still looking interested. But our race leader then, Rick Owen, 351. He's obviously already stood on the podium metaphorically once this weekend. We haven't got anything to actually stand on. We have got our 1, 2, 3 and our podium prizes. And he took third in the race previous. Oh, that was a problem there for Farron Young. Looks like he got a box full of neutrals. And Michael Whittam then on the 77 looked like he may well have made the pass. But our race leader then, Owen, as the shadow starts to lengthen, it is only 4:30. So we've got a few races left to go. But the 351 then comes across the line. into our off-road section. So it has caught a few people out this weekend. Spencer then just making up a little bit of time. Owen then just rattling onto the top of that step up, and as you said, that little nub on the top of it, just designed to catch you out. It means that you have got to commit. It's about a 5 or 6 inch, maybe even more, drop back down the other side, and that just does not come over on the TV. But Owen it is that leads then, and Spencer makes his way down into the corner at the far end. You see the change here as they drop downhill.
Looks like Rick Owen pulling a little bit more of a gap now on Dan. See what that is when they cross the line as they just enter the last corner. So with this C group, these guys then just racing for pride as always, and nice to finish the weekend with a win. That gets you back down the M6. Oh, big kicker there for Owen. He properly got the back end up in the air, went over that little jump there with a throttle chopped, and almost went out the front door. The pack's spreading out nicely now. We've got 1.7 between Rick Owen and Dan Spencer. This group does always get a little bit smaller as the day goes on, with 2 riders of each moving up to the next race.
Okay, so we've lost 4 out the front of this one over the course of the weekend. But Spencer then starting to look like he's not given up on a race win. I know that he always likes to try his best, but to get a race victory, I mean, he said he struggled a little bit this weekend with speed. But certainly looking okay. And like I say, it's a tight old track, this one. That shot there just shows it's literally 2 go-karts and a little bit more wide, and it's very difficult for
Rick clearing the step up there a lot nicer that time, nice and smooth. Again, using all the curb down through that chicane, smoothing that hairpin out a lot more. He's not riding as defensively as I think he would if he knew Dan was a bit closer. He's able to find a little bit more of a flow through here. Getting the power on down now this longer straight.
You can really see the kink there at the end of it, and this is what closes it down, as that track just kicks at the end. It just doesn't allow a rider to make a run down the outside, because the track just runs out, and as a result it means that really like a Hail Mary down the inside on that far corner is really the only way to make a pass. But race leader then already back into the pit corner. There's Spencer, and then here's the battle then between Farron Young and Michael Whittam for 3rd and 4th.
Farron, somewhat the team boss of the game squad, with Michael being one of his teammates. So, although Farron knows that he's not riding as well as he possibly could post race injury, and he is on another borrowed bike, having some issues with his, he'll be wanting to beat his teammate. I
believe that's one of the Dean Hillier stable that he's out on. And this is one of the things of Supermoto. Even with the sharpest of rivalries, there's always people that'll step up and lend you a bike. And in this instance, then Farron Young just doing the decent thing of enjoying a day's racing without throwing somebody else's expensive piece of kit up the tarmac. But Whittam then trying everything that he can just to try and find a way past the number 77, the number 184. Like I say, this C-class race then, this is our novice beginner clubman type of class, but this is the entry level on for this type of racing. If you're going to start, this is where you start. If you're fast enough, you get to move up to the B group and you get to move up to the A group. Just coming to the track and being able to ride within your comfort zone in your speed bracket means that it's all fairly safe and sensible. You've not got guys that are 15 seconds a lap faster than you riding in the same race, which tends to keep the racing interesting, and obviously keeps everybody's interest.
Yeah, it's good. I think this C group's a great sort of breeding ground for improving. So a lot of the riders that have progressed started here. not many people can say they came into this sport and stuck it on the top step first time. There's obviously exceptions to that rule.
There was
there's
a few.
Storm.
But obviously, again, going back in my day, we used to have 4 groups of riders, and the groups were actually split on championship positions. So it didn't quite work in the same way. But we had the likes of British Superbike star Christian Hidden racing in would have been racing in this race to start with, and then they had a bit of a rehash, and obviously as live timing became the norm, transponder timing became the norm, and we could have time qualifying, which back then was quite a lot of money to get that up and running. Seems like transponders have been around forever, but it's been an awful lot of racing been done with stopwatches and manual lap scoring.
That does bring us on to the rules of number boards have to be clear and visible, because transponders don't always work. As much as you might be showing your age ever so slightly, Phil, or talking about lap scoring, it does still happen on occasion.
It happens more than my good lady wife is an official lap scorer. She sits and scribbles and writes the numbers down. She's got plenty of experience of doing that. But anyway, our race leader then, the 3:51 of Rick Owen. 2.4 seconds the gap then to Dan Spencer, and 5 seconds back to Farron Young and Michael Whittam. So this one's just going to run itself out with a few laps to go. These guys will just be we've had a good weekend here again. 2 days of racing for most of these guys and girls, so it's been a long weekend. Luckily it's a bank holiday weekend, and we've got a day to recover. I always loathe the fact that these bank holiday meetings for the Supermoto are Saturday, Sunday, when I'm leaving on a Friday, but I am so grateful when I'm going home on a Sunday night. Bank holiday traffic on a Sunday night really is non-existent. I mean, you're only down the road here, it's probably 2 hours for you or something?
On a good run, about an hour and a half for us. So I know there was quite a lot of traffic up here on the Friday. Yeah,
we came up on Friday, it was 6.5 hours, but by the time we fought our way up through the Lake District, which was very pleasant, and I'm not going to say we didn't enjoy having to go off the motorway a little bit early. But these guys and girls will be happy to be getting off home and have a couple of days to recover, and then back to work. But it is Owen then, 2.9 the gap now to our race back to second place for Dan Spencer. The battle between Young and Whittam then still going on, but not really much of a change. Like I say, this Husqvarna that Owen's on looking reasonably fresh. It's certainly one of the newer ones. It looks like that might be a 22 or a 23. And I seem to recall that he's not been on that one for that long. So last lap flag then goes out this time. Yeah, not truly comfortable over that first kicker, but getting up over the step up, as does Dan Spencer in the background. There we go, just nicely pops up over the top of that jump. And like I say, when we were doing this, when this first opened up, I say the Bathmate replay then showing that nicely, that was all stones, and nobody jumped that from the inside. It was just, everybody was a little bit scared of it. There was no grip to be had on the outside either, and it was literally one line around the outside. And only the first few started to do it as the track kind of rode in. But far better now, we've got tarmac and concrete up the face of that jump.
Rick Owen now coming into that last corner, ready to take the checkered flag. It looks like we're possibly missing Dan Spencer. He's dropped back to fourth. Wonder if he's had a brake issue, it looks like.
So
he's
indeed.
Down.
So Spencer then drops to fourth. So across the line, Farron Young in second and Whittam in third. And Spencer launching at the lever. So he's obviously had a brake issue. So those guys then, Michael Whittam will steal a podium, which I'm sure he'll be happy to take. Race winner then 3:51 Rick Owen, second place 1:84 Farron Young, and third 77 Michael Whittam.
Rick coming now round on his cool down lap. He'll be pulling in as we get ready for our final B race of the day. We can see them just starting to get ready. Don't know if that was an attempted wheelie from Rick there. There is our B race riders sat in the holding area ready. A lot of them taking cover in the shade of the holding area box. It's still rather warm here today, isn't it?
Yeah, so as I probably said earlier on, I've been coming here for, I think the first time I came here was 2001, and amazing to see the changes. Obviously this building that we're in here has been here quite a long while, but all of the other stuff all been done since then, and great to see that new pit building is there. So here is our podium. So handshakes all round as always. Thumbs up there from the number 77 of Michael Whittam. So I've enjoyed that. Good day sport. And again, Supermoto, it's a really, really friendly paddock.
It does always surprise me how tall Michael Whittam is. Every time I have to have a conversation with him, I'm always looking up to him. Whereas on track, it's always bashing bars.
So then a win then for the 351 of Rick Owen. Second place is going to be the 184 of Farron Young. And third place, the 77 of Michael Whittam. Obviously, with the delay that we've had, we just need to crack on and get the rest of our racing in. So a bit short and sweet for those guys, but at least we got to see them. So Supermoto B then brought to you by Automotive Solutions, the BMW and Mini specialist there in York, run by Paul Reynolds, who is he on the grid in this one? Is he riding today? Yes, he is. He's there in the middle of what will be row 4. We've got quite a few gaps in this one. Not quite sure who we're missing. Just a few riders coming down Harley Sharp. One of the riders then that's late to the grid, so to speak. Obviously in time, but who else are we missing from the middle of that third row? There's definitely a couple of riders adrift. As we look at the back of Gareth Baxter on the 17, the Automotive Solutions.
I know we look
KTM.
like we're missing the number 944 of Mark Stevens. He doesn't look to be out there on his 23 Husky. Looking a little bit further back, I think that might be one of the only riders we're missing. It just looks a little bit of a bigger gap from where he's at.
You may well be quite right. I think we're two adrift, but anyway, go on the way they go on the warm-up lap. So one row at a time. So Dean Wingate and Chris Walker went up earlier on. Let's just have a quick look and see where we are. We've got the race results for race 2. So it's Wingate and Pearson that went up. So it is Darryl Pennington that will sit on pole position on the 666 Automotive Solutions Husqvarna, which we're familiar with the inside of the gearbox are if you follow him on Facebook or Instagram. So he'll be looking to take a race victory. The 155 of Chris Walker there. That's the 138 of Paul Groom on the Tripz.uk, the title sponsor then in this British Championship for 2023.
Good ride from Luca Jennings in that last one. Spoke to him and his dad yesterday. He said he was struggling with sort of these hairpins. It's not sort of a corner he's mastered just yet. But again, his first full season this year on that bike. Now wearing the road race style helmet after having a bit of a crash at Teesside and ended up with a bit of a black eye from his goggles. But he's all good. He's back out there. He struggled a little bit yesterday and didn't feel he rode as well as he could. But he'll be starting 5th today. And they are now watching for the lights to go out. And they're away.
Oh, looks like Walker might have got the drop across the front of Darrell Pennington. 167, Michael Craig. He got left on the line, but it is Walker that leads. Oh, a few people tripping up, a few gone down in that corner. Looks like Harley Sharp's got caught up in that. So Walker it is that leads, Pennington second, Ball Groom third. And it's the 475 of Luca Jennings.
Looks like possibly 3 riders in that little wobble on the start into that first corner.
I think Harley Sharp was definitely one of those. He's had a mare this weekend. He's had such a good opening 2 rounds of the championship. You watch the midfield guys then coming through.
Looks like they've all rejoined, so that's good news.
So Pennington it is. Walker that leads from Pennington from Eccleston. In fact, Eccleston's a 5th, so it's Groom 3rd, Jenkins 4th, Eccleston 5th. So is Chris Walker going to be able to nail one of these down and take victory in this final B Group race of the day? We've got a mudguard there in the track from somebody, so yellow flag being waved. That might have been the...
That looked like it's possibly the front mudguard off Andy Hayes' Husqvarna. He was one of the riders involved. I think it was Andy Hayes, Harley Sharp and Luke Hutchinson.
And my wife switched on and listening to this. She'll probably try and sell him one of my spares. I may have a few. But the race then at the front, Chris Walker taking charge of this final B Group race of the day. Brought to you by Automotive Solutions, and it is the Automotive Solutions 666 of Darrell Pennington that's putting the pressure on. And Walker getting nice distance over there. Pennington has some holes sticking out on the landing in there, so you've got to be pretty clever. We did see, I think Spafford went out with a puncture on the warm-up lap, so I don't think that had anything to do with the jump, but it might have been a contributory factor earlier on in the day. But Pennington then just flicks one way and then the other. And Chris Walker, another one of the old school guys, likes to get that at the rear end of that KTM sliding around as well. And they've pretty much checked out 2.5 seconds already. So Walker's teammate Groom then, he's in 3rd place. It's looking like Tripz.UK boys are going to take 2 steps on the podium. But which one is it going to be? Now I would say that from what we've seen so far this weekend, that Darrell Pennington will have the ability to put enough pressure on Chris Walker to force a result in his favour. And Luca Jennings then 4th, Eccleston 5th. In fact, Eccleston now up to 4th, according to our timing. But it is our race leader then, Walker, slides it in there to that bottom corner. Oh, bit of a moment then from Pennington, lit the rear up. Most of these boys will be on tyres that will have done most of it, at least all this weekend. Some of them probably on second-hand ones from some of the A Group boys. But Pennington just getting on the gas there and lighting the rear up was similar to what we saw from Jay Smith.
Doesn't look like he's lost much time. He's still keeping close enough to Chris that if he made a mistake, he'd be able to optimise on that. We've got, again, coming around that final corner, a little bit more of a gap, but be interesting to see if Chris Walker sends it over the step up again or if Darrell's able to make any time.
Well, Chris is always going to give it full send over there because he doesn't know anything else. Interestingly, back in the day, Chris had one of the very rare 2-wheel drive Christini KTMs, which I actually tested around here for Supermoto magazine, something that I'd forgotten about in my advancing years, but always had a chance to have something different. And that was a weird thing to ride around here, having front-wheel drive on a 450 KTM. Whatever happened to that, it's probably tucked away in his shed somewhere. But Pennington then still giving chase. He's not letting him off the hook at all.
No, Darrell keeping the pressure on. I know when we were stood at the podium for that race 2, they weren't actually sure who'd finished 3rd between him and I think it was
Kyle.
Was it Kyle?
No, I think it was
him and Groomy. There was a few of them. They weren't sure who'd finish second, who'd finish third. It was a bit close over the line.
It was Darryl that took it, I believe, and then
Yeah.
obviously what we did see afterwards was a tangle of bars, which caused a little bit of a delay as we had a rider going down into the off-road. Obviously, the guys have to make the off-road, and somebody made a bit of a mistake on the final lap, just rushing for the finish, and just a little bit of a tangle of bars. But this is the battle then for third position, and Eccleston has gone through on Paul Groom. So
So as they come into this final corner, there is a yellow flag there. Just going into this off-road section now. I think on the exit of the off-road there may be a bike down, so that will prevent Darryl being able to make a move coming through this section.
you got the yellow flag and the rider down at the side of the circuit there.
Yeah, that looked like the Husaberg of Andrew Kitchen. Very nice looking bike.
I saw that bike yesterday. It looks as fresh as the day it was minted. But then Walker then going to come under pressure.
May possibly be fluid or oil on the track there, so I think they might be trying to sort that. That'll be why the waved yellows are continuing.
Yeah, obviously all of these bikes then just running normal water. They don't have antifreeze dripping all over the tarmac. But Walker it is then that leads. Pennington still there or thereabouts, but to be fair to Chris Walker, this is as good a gap as he's had so far. If he can just catch his breath and realise that he's starting to go away from Darryl Pennington, he might just give him the boost that he needs for the last few laps of this race. Again, full send over that zoomed out shot just gives you an idea of how far these boys are jumping. 4 seconds back to Eccleston, who was no part to play in this unless one of these two front guys spills it in the final couple of laps. But as I said, Walker is the man behind the Tripz UK motorhome hire company, and he's one of the many people stepping forward and helping us provide this live stream for the British Championship, which we hope that you're all enjoying. Danielle is going to scoot off down to pit lane now and try and have a catch up with our race winners in this one, and also our A group guys before we go out. Obviously we are running a little bit behind schedule, so that may be a little bit curtailed, but she's done a fantastic job again this weekend, and great to just bring a little bit more to the coverage. Getting down there in pit lane, obviously we're at Crail the 17th and 18th of June, and we'll be again just looking to try and step things up a little bit more with each passing round as we all get familiar with what we're doing. But it is Chris Walker then. Pennington starting to come back to him. This next couple of laps is going to be critical. I think if Pennington can close the gap in this lap, then I think he's got a very good chance of managing to overhaul Walker. It's as close as he's been for a couple of circuits, certainly. There's a lot of curb. Say the getting into that's a lot of braking down there. It's coming up to lap the number 91. Was it the 99 of Andy Hayes? This front mudguard then missing on that Husqvarna, but yeah, Pennington getting back into it now. Only a few bike lengths between him and Walker, so this is where Walker's going to need to make that Tripz.UK KTM nice and wide, get them elbows out, not give Pennington anywhere to make a move. We've seen he's fast through here. Well, that might not look as much of a jump to motocross guys, but I can assure you on Supermoto suspension and slicks, flat landing to tarmac is no fun. Pennington then you see flicking the bike one way and then the other to get the bike into the corner. And he's getting closer. Is he going to try and have a poke down the inside as they come into this right-hander at the bottom of the hill? Doesn't look like he's close enough. As they make their way round the last few corners of this penultimate lap, Andy Koenig then. Our finished flagman puts out the last lap flag. So it'll be big breaths then from Chris Walker, trying to just one more circuit to hold off Daryl Pennington on the Automotive Solutions. Husqvarna 6 seconds back to Kyle Eccleston. And he's just riding that in. He'll take a well-deserved podium in the final exit race of the day for him on that 2023 KTM 450. A few back markers that arriving. I think our leaders are probably going to escape. Look over the shoulder. Our race leader then, Chris Walker, closing down quickly, but I think he's going to be okay. He is indeed. So a great win then for Chris Walker. He takes victory. Arms off the bars. He'll know that he's been in a race there. Good ride from Pennington. Eccleston will come across the line in third. Fourth should be and is Paul Groom. Then it's the 475 of Luca Jennings. 10 of Paul Reynolds on the Automotive Solutions Husky. Then his teammate Gareth Baxter. And 8th place then the Bathmate Husqvarna of Jamie Wrigglesworth. Didn't see much of Rig in that one, but he had a decent day yesterday. Had a tumble last time out. Good to see him back and riding at full fitness. An ex-rugby league player. Harley Sharp then, he should be the next rider across the line. He looks like he's got an issue. And so there goes then. Nice stand-up wheelie then from Pennington. Chris Walker not got the energy to even try. But again, Chris definitely alongside a 45, I would hazard a guess at. He's been doing this as I know he stepped away from the sport for a few years and did other things, but he's back with a vengeance, and great to see him back here with his nice new team. Like I say, Jason Slater, the third member of the team, currently injured, and he's out at, I believe he's out at Parlour at the AMA National out there. Okay, so we're going to throw it over to Danielle down in pit lane.
Start of A race 3, so this is the final. We've got Dean Hillier here. Now, I'm not certain if we've got a reverse grid or not. Do you know where you're starting for this race? Third. You're starting third, so you're on the front row. Yeah. Would you say that's your best starting position at Rowrah?
Third last year on the front row as well, following the crash.
We were saying you'd riding a lot better this year than last year. Had a bit of a mare. Have made any changes to the bikes? Anything new? I've seen Farron out on one of yours.
Yeah, Farron had some suspension issues with his, so he's jumped out on my old one. But yeah, made a few changes, different rear tyre, stiffened up the suspension a bit. So yeah, it's just got to get a bit fitter.
Yeah, a few people said this track's quite hard to pass on, so I'm assuming you'll be making yourself as wide as possible on them few laps.
Yeah, I'm going to make myself wide, so just got to stay on.
Good luck.
Cheers.
So they're all now getting their tyre warmers off. We'll see about having a little bit of a chat with the winners of that B group final. So we've got Chris Walker, who managed to stay in the lead, so we'll go have a quick chat. Hi, you alright? So you managed to win that one?
Yeah. I got the start and just my fitness isn't the best, so I just hung in there till the end, yeah.
Yeah, me and Phil have been sort of on the fence whether you're having brake issues or fitness issues.
It was brake issues yesterday. We've made some alterations to that and that's better. But fitness, just fitness. Yeah, I just get to the off-road. I love the off-road bit, and then just fatigue around the rest of the track.
You'll be glad to know we've got some great shots of you absolutely sending it up that step up. So
yeah, I really enjoy going into that corner and the jump after. Yeah.
Yeah, but well done.
Thank you.
We also have Darryl Pennington finishing second in that one. You were right on him for the start of the race, dropped back slightly by the end.
Yeah, I seen that bike fell off and there's a bit of patch on, so I just dropped my nerve for a split sec, but try to get past. I want to do jump like he were up thing, but the quickest way for me to do it on inside to try and get him time, but just couldn't pass him nowhere near.
No, it was a good race. We did see, I think that was the Husaberg of Andrew Kitchen go down, so I think it left something on the track. We did see some flags, but
I don't know what it were, just seeing wet patch and I just lost my bottle for a minute, so it is what it is.
Well done anyway.
Good job.
Well done anyway. And then on the podium, we'll go back to Phil as the... Well, I think we might be able to catch a quick interview with Kyle. Kyle, how's the new bike?
Alright. Seems alright. It's a bit weird compared to my last bike, but...
Yeah, I think you were on like an 18 sort of style bike like mine, weren't you?
Yeah, it's completely different. They were turning in, they were like running over inside curbs. I turned too early. It's completely different. But it's alright, I'm getting used to it now.
So we'll head back to Phil now up in commentary as the A race get gridded up for their final race of the day.
Cheers, Danielle. Fantastic work down there in pit lane then, and great to catch up with Dean Hillier. As I said last time I rode here, he fell off coming around this final turn and I managed to run into him and thought I'd done him a mischief. But the shadows then over the start line. And on pole position is the number 100 Automotive Solutions Husqvarna of Alex Mullaney. He's not had, by his standards, the best of days, but I think he's been a solid performer this weekend. He's just now at the sharp end of a very busy class. Oliver Holmes in there as well, the 108 of Dean Hillier. Then we've got Jamie Duncan, Richard Blakeman and Richard Sharp. And then the final 3 rows, Chris Hodgson, Storm Stacey and Peter Bennett. So we get ready then for the final race of our A group. They look to the lights, away they go. It looks like it was the 100 Alex Mullaney from pole. He makes it into turn 1 first, then it looks like it's Hillier and Oliver Holmes. Hodgson already up to 4th. Sharp already round the outside of a couple of riders as well. So both of those boys made really good progress from mid-pack. But it is the 100 of Alex Mullaney then, this reverse grid A final. First 8 riders then. Normally it's the first 2 rows, but rows of 3 instead of rows of 4 here. So Mullaney then just starting to gap out at the front. But Hodgson it is already onto the back of Dean Hillier, the 108 on the Goon Squad KTM from down on the south coast. They travel a long way to come to the races. But Mullaney getting absolutely perfectly through that off-road section, and he leads then at the end of lap 1. It's still Hillier there in second, but the Automotive Solutions Under-21 Championship winner from last season, Alex Mullaney, then just needs to get his head down and go. See some gaps back behind him, but Mullaney then looks like Hillier is the one that's getting his shoulders out. Hodgson's going to try and have a dig down the inside, I would imagine. See how that panned out as they come back into the wider shot, but still Mullaney that leads. Hodgson is up to second, so Hodgson makes the pass on Dean Hillier as they come through at the end of lap 2. Holmes is still in there in 4th, so he's having a good ride. Then it's 217 Richard Sharp. Jamie Duncan, number 7 on the Contract Solutions KTM there in 6th. But cracking start to this one then, Danielle.
Yeah, Alex looks like he's pulled a bit of a gap over his teammate, which is no small feat. He went a little bit wide there, possibly giving Hodgson the drive along the straight to close that gap slightly. But again, like Dean Hillier said, he's going to be wanting to make himself as wide as possible at the start of this race, knowing that he had that good grid position.
So Hillier then starting to get dropped off, and he looked back over his shoulder, but I think he was surprised by how much room he had got. But it is Chris Hodgson then closing down on his teammate then, Alex Mullaney, at the front of this final A Group race. On the Tripz.uk round 3 of our British Championship. Mullaney inch perfect up there. Hodgson's going to have to try and find a way through. They get themselves down to the far end of the circuit. And the replay then, the Bathmate replay. Mullaney then just flicking it sideways. Not getting a nice bit of air. Yeah. But here he comes down the inside. Hodgson's then pushed his way through. So Chris Hodgson then leads.
That looked like Peter Bennett there going up the inside of Andy Mitchell into that hairpin.
This reverse grid certainly throws up some interest, but Hodgson then finds his way to the front. Mullaney's going to be second.
A little bit in the back of that shot, it looks like Richard Sharp's found a way past Dean Hillier, with Storm Stacey now looking to do the same.
So yeah, as they all make their way through, Richard Blakeman's found his way past Oliver Holmes as well. So race leaders then out of the off-road. So Hodges going to check out at the front of this one, and for me it's whether we can see Richard Sharp got 2.5 seconds of tarmac to cover before he can get onto the back of Alex Mullaney. And if Mullaney's got anything about him, and he is a pretty switched on young lad, he will just try and hold the wheel of his team leader, and hopefully if that drags him on for a couple of laps, there'll be nothing that Richard Sharp can do to get to him. Interesting to know what lap times Hodges doing in this one. It's got purple showing on the top, so I can't read that because it's purple on black.
So Hodgson's just done a 54.5, which is actually about a second slower than the fastest lap in the previous race where he was chasing Storm Stacey.
So obviously, as Chris and Storm said, they pushed on at the front of that one, and Hodgie not taking any unnecessary risks. He's already seen one of his major rivals end up on the sidelines today, and he'll just want to take maximum points from this one. But Mullaney then will look over his shoulder, and they will see that there's a bit of a gap back to Richard Sharp, and then next rider through will be Storm Stacey, who has finally managed to find a way past Dean Hillier. But Hodgson, our top performer here in the UK for a long time, and we just never really got the chance to ride at European and world level, but any of the races that he did venture to do, always acquitted himself very well.
Slightly further back, there's a battle on now for third, with Storm Stacey putting in the fastest lap with a 54.4, putting a lot of pressure on Richard Sharp, the Bathmate rider.
So Sharpie then won't take any nonsense off Storm Stacey. And here it is indeed.
Two very differing riding styles there.
Yeah. But absolute perfection then from Richard Sharp. So Storm Stacey's going to have his work cut out, just watching him. Hodgie backing it in there. But the action at the end of the back straight then between Storm Stacey and Richard Sharp. Sharpie just covering off the inside, sending Stacey the long way round if he's going round at all. Stacey's going to have a run round the outside, but I don't think he's going to find a way through. Sharpie shows in the outside of the track. But Storm will be loving this. He's an out-and-out racer, loves the competition. Again, Sharpie full sending the off-road, just pulling a couple of bike lengths. But this is where the battle is. Hodges 2 seconds clear of second place Alex Mullaney, and these guys are all closing down on the youngster, so the 100 is going to have his rear view mirrors full of the 217 Bathmate Husqvarna Richard Sharp. But this is Supermoto racing at its finest. Stacey's going to have a run down the inside. Chucks it up the inside of Richard Sharp. Clean as you like. Got the run out the corner. So Stacey's knee down style was maybe a little bit more effective for a lap time. And they're both closing down now on Alex Mullaney. Well, that was a cracking move, Danielle, at the end of the back straight.
Yeah, like you said, as clean as anything. Just watching again a little bit further behind, we've also got a battle now for between 5th to 7th with Dean Hillier, Richard Blakeman and Jamie Duncan. So battles all the way through this grid, and I think that reverse grid's helped with that.
Yeah, we all see some cracking racing in this final reverse grid race. But here is Storm Stacey then almost getting the back wheel onto the grass.
Made a lot of time up to catch up Alex Mullaney. I feel like he'll be trying to go down the inside here.
And there he is, and obviously these are teammates as well, both on the Automotive Solutions team. So going to be a podium lockout for these boys. Paul Reynolds will be getting the beers in. Whether he'll let anybody else drink them or not is another matter. But team owner Paul Reynolds has got to be pleased with that. Whether Richard Sharp's going to do anything to try and spoil the podium party by putting a pass on Alex Mullaney, almost certainly he will. But here's Stacey then into the off-road. Again, he's really almost on the grass round there. Almost awkward over the jump, but he gets it straight back on the ground as fast as he can. 5 laps to go. Backing it in for all it's worth. So now, with 2.9 seconds the gap from Storm Stacey to Chris Hodgson with 5 laps to go, are we going to see a charge? We'll see Stacey then slow motion into the thing. So it was 2.9 seconds last time by. Is he going to have anything in his pocket? 2.3, so 0.6 of a second. Fastest lap then to Storm Stacey, 54.9. Took 0.7 out of Hodgson. There's the gap visually. So Chris will know he's coming. Beautiful, effortless style. He rides just like this on his 1000cc superbike. He's quite a big lad and has to work hard to keep them limbs nice and tucked in. But the gap is coming down now. Storm Stacey. .5, so it was a second that time by. Again, another 0.7. This one is going to go down to the wire. As we said before, Stacey is not a championship contender, but he will be doing everything that he can. He comes here to race and he comes here to win, and that's what his team expect him to do. There's no favours. So into the off-road then, and it is now literally a couple of bike lengths then. Hodgson, then Storm Stacey. Backmarker makes himself scarce. Penultimate lap this one, I think. Oh, Stacey nearly runs into the back of Hodgson. This is the difference between the riding styles. Storm Stacey carrying so much more speed. The Bathmate replay then showing these guys sending it up the step. But down the far end of the circuit then, the number 1 of Hodgson. Stacey's got I think he's going to have one decent opportunity, and if he doesn't make it stick, then Hodge is going to hold on for victory. But the last lap flag then being prepared by Andy Koenig, our starter, So this is it then, 55 seconds a lap. In under a minute we'll know who's going to be the winner of this one. Storm gets through the off-road really nicely. Is he going to try and send it down the outside down here? We saw him do the same. Here he goes. He's going to put it across the front of Hodgson. He runs wide. Here we go then. Storm Stacey is going to try and outrun him. What a pass. Drops it across the front of Chris. Got a back marker there. That's the... I think that was Blaine Pearson. But what a fantastic pass by Storm Stacey. We saw him do this earlier on. Drops it round the outside, leaves you nowhere to go. Oh, a bit of chatter there, but lost the front and the rear. But victory then for Storm Stacey, a fantastic comeback. He started row 3. Looks like Mulaney held on for third place from Richard Sharp right at the end. He will be very, very pleased with that, because for the day that he's had so far, the weekend that he's had. Dean Hillier then comes across the line. He will take a fantastic 5th, Blakeman 6th, Jamie Duncan 7th. Next rider across the line will be Oliver Holmes, but handshakes then between Hodgson and race winner Storm Stacey. Like I say, there's no favourites in this one. They're all out for themselves. They may be teammates, but everybody races each other. So that was a cracking A final. Hopefully we'll get over to Danielle down in pit lane when she looks like she's already there, ready and waiting. So as soon as these guys get there, get themselves off circuit, and we'll have a chat with them. But fantastic racing. We'll watch here then. Hodgson in the lead of Stacey. This is earlier on in the race. The star then of Storm Stacey just runs the corner deep. You can see that he almost runs into the back of Hodgson. The difference between the road race and the Supermoto style, the mid-corner speed of the road racer. Well, that's as good a racing as you'll see anywhere. So fantastic then from Storm Stacey. Like I say, he gives us value for money when he comes to these races, and certainly what the people want to see. Always the showman, bit of a rolling burnout into the podium area. Like I say, Chris Hodgson then, he'll be... I don't think he'll be overly happy with letting that lead disappear. He'll know that he's got a bigger picture. So we'll hand over to Danielle down in pit lane.
So we're here with our race winner, Storm Stacey. Great comeback from, I think it was the 3rd row on the grid.
Yeah, it definitely took me a lot longer than Chris to get through everyone, and I don't know what I was doing. I don't know what I was playing about. I seemed to work my way through them, and then in the end it was like, right, just keep chipping away now, just keep it nice, keep it smooth. And I did that, and then I caught Chris and I thought, this is last lap, Chris ain't going to let me past here now. And I managed to stick the move around the outside and then keep it ready for the inside for the next corner. But yeah, great day, can't wait to go home.
Yeah, some brilliant racing. That move around the outside seems to have worked for you all day. So you've used it on a few riders?
Yeah, no, give it a go. It works.
Fair enough. Chris, 2nd. Did you think you were going to have the win at the end there?
No, I knew Storm was coming. It's a hard task to lead a race when you're out on your own, because you've got no gauge of where your pace is or anything's at. So fair play to Storm. He's had a cracking day today, and it's nice that we've got all the automotive bikes on the podium for the last race.
Yeah, all Automotive Solutions podium for this last one.
Yeah, so chuffed a bit with Alex. He hasn't had a great weekend, but he's kept on chipping away, and yeah, he's done a great job in the last one.
I think, yeah, the man of the moment would be Alex Mulaney, finishing 3rd. Absolutely brilliant ride, Alex. Well done.
Yeah, brought it back. Had a bit of a bad day in qualifying and race 1, race 2. Then this third race. We got 8th in the second race, and I was on a pole for this race. And I managed to lead it for a few laps, then tag onto the back of Storm and Chris, and that brought me forward. I got 3rd overall, so I'm buzzing with that.
Yeah, it's no small feat to have been leading a British Supermoto Championship A race, so very, very well done. Bike looked like it was handling great. You look good on the bike. Very, very good ride.
Yeah, the bike ran handling really good then. Best I've had it all day. Yeah, it's just nice to see all the Automotive Solutions team all on the podium at once. It's really good to see, and it's probably a proud moment for Pekka. So, well, I don't know what to say. I'm buzzing.
Oh, we're all dead chuffed for you, Alex. Yeah, I'm sure Paul Reynolds will be happy as well. So, yeah, we'll go back to you, Paul.
Okay, thank you, Danielle. So, fantastic podium interviews then. Automotive Solutions lock out of the podium with a race win for Storm Stacey. 2nd place for Chris Hodgson and 3rd place for Alex Mullaney. And there they are with their trophy boards. And like I say, no quarter Astor given. And Storm Stacey doing the decent thing. You'll see the CH74 Training Days logo on the side of Stacey's bike there. Just a reminder that Chris is doing training days in June. So if you want to get booked onto one of them, go and visit his website. And that will pretty much put a wrap on round 3 of the British Supermoto Championship, brought to you by Tripz.uk here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club this weekend. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We'll be back in a few weeks' time for round 4 of the championship in Crail. If you want to come along and watch that, if you're north of the border, it's a great place to come and watch racing. One of the best tracks in the country. Similar in layout to what we've got here. It's tight and narrow with a couple of really nice little dirt sections, and the kart club up there look after us very well. But I'd just like to thank all our marshals and officials here, and all of our race people, everybody from the circuit for making us so welcome. Thank you to Danielle for being by my side for the day's work and making such a great job of everything. And we will see you in a couple of weeks' time.